I was just caught absolutely so asleep. Wait here. I was so asleep. Um, I think I fell asleep somewhere around 8 o'clock. Not sure how I quite managed such a successful. I don't manage. I don't manage a 2 hour sleep normally. Like in a normal day, I don't manage a 2 hour sleep at any point. How I somehow really the fuck is this? This is not even a thing. That's not even. That's not even how normal things go around here. Anyway, folks, okay, I'm here. A little bit late, half an hour or so late, yeah? Let me have a look. Oh, an hour late nearly. Fuck. Really? Karen contacted me about 10, 15 minutes ago. Ah, fast to fucking sleep. It rang and I got it and I spoke with her. And then I had to bring the eco flow over and the wiring. I had to get the wires to this and the wires to that. I gotta get this, that, and the other. Yeah, 2 hours ago when I went, or 2.5 hours ago when I went to sleep, none of that was a priority. It was all hours and hours away. Hmm. I'm just wondering, can I blame any of it on the brandy? But no. I also, I don't know. Here's the end. We're on the end of the brandy from the last week or so. I think I opened it about a week ago. Uh, I do have. Here we go. I do have. I've had the first glass, the first drink, the first shot out of some whiskey, some Christmas whiskey. Look at me. Not bad for a tramp, eh? I do all right, folks, don't I? At the minute, if I fall asleep, there's some whiskey, there's some brandy. I've been on the red wine as well today, rather than the beer. I have got my usual. I got my 3 cans, my tripod upon which I stand my lantern. One to drink that's unopened. I've actually got an extra. I miscounted, so I've got a secondary beer, a fifth beer. But I have got options as to whether to be on brandy or whiskey as well. Do you know how I fell asleep earlier? Listening to me. My favourite way to fall asleep. Tina, it's okay, babe. My favourite way to fall asleep, folks, was listening to the Boxing Day stream. I've only got about halfway through the Christmas Eve stream. That's been abandoned. I was giving the Boxing Day stream a go, and I've still yet got to go and finish Clive and his brother, Clive and Ralphie. I got to go back to Christmas Eve for them. Obviously, I was here doing Christmas Eve myself. They were doing their Christmas Eve. I started to watch theirs on Christmas Day at about 11 o'clock at night. And I keep getting interrupted, or I keep interrupting myself. And I haven't finished watching them. But they're very, very entertaining. I do love a a Big Clive and a Ralphie, BigClive.com on he does. Okay, this is a guy with 1.1 million followers, folks. His Christmas stream he puts out on his main channel. He's moved a lot of his stuff. He's more random, more not verbose, but he's more. How would you describe us? His followers that are liable to take him into territory he doesn't really want to be judged on. He takes that off to Twitch. He doesn't want to lose his main channel with his 1.1 million views. But each Christmas, he brings his brother across, or he goes across to his brother, and then broadcasts and gives us a show. Big Clive, you gotta. He must be asleep. I'm gonna scroll back. I'm gonna scroll all the way back. I'm waiting, but probably fall asleep by the time you go live. Say sorry, Roger. I know you're an early sleeper anyway. He's late by 10 minutes, but probably more. I'm just gonna leave it at that. No flooding. No. That would be another one. Greenery, pure bliss. No. Reality of his life or death dilemma is too traumatizing for most. It's just a sign of nature, Keith. Hold on. Too traumatizing for most. Respect. His level of survival skills unbelievable. No, my survival skills lay at the bottom of a bottle of either whiskey or brandy, I guess, however you're going to view it. Not in terms of, not that I'm sozzled. I guess I am sleep deprived, and I guess a few drinks in the afternoon. Today, okay, so let's backtrack, folks. Let's backtrack. Okay, we're 7.5 minutes in right now. 7.5 minutes in, I'm gonna begin the introduction. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, the eponymous hero of said hero. The eponymous hero of said storyline. Hero. Okay, Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless. A hobo. A tramp. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. There are other words I'm missing. I'm skipping some. Someone who is perhaps a bum, some would say. Down and out. Perhaps living on the streets, or in my case, living in a field. I'm sure that there's 4 or 5 more words there that I've just left out this time, for whatever reason. But anyway, I don't have all the definitions. I am a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person. I certainly feel I meet the criteria. Whether you feel that or not is up for discussion. And maybe that's a discussion I don't want. So if you want to discuss it, take it fucking elsewhere. I'm a nice guy normally, but not always. Does this look like someone you want to mess with? I got a nice smile most of the time. But not all the fucking time. Former boxer. Champion boxer within his division. Within a group that I don't talk about much. Don't mess with the best. Where next? I'm normally a lot more friendly than that. Normally. But I can be driven to the edge. I've been taken to the edge. I've dragged some people over the edge. I've had 2 or 3 hour stand-up knockdown fist fights right here, where I won every round, every time the guy came at me, and came at me, and came at me, and came at me, over 2 or 3 hours. I won every single fucking round of that. And he ended up going to hospital. We cut to shreds with hands where he kept falling over on the ground on bad stuff. It's okay, Tina. Where am I going? It's like I'm online trying to prove what a hard man I am, and that's not it's Christmas. It's Christmas, it's New Year, it's almost, well, we're in that Christmas. Some people think that Christmas is over. I'm not one of those people. I am a 12 days of Christmas person, and we're on, like, I think we're on day 3, are we? Is this the day after Boxing Day? Let me check the calendar. Sunday the 28th. So no, it's not the day. Saturday would have been the day after Boxing Day. We're there or thereabouts. We're in that in between Christmas and New Year phase. What do you do? What do you say? To who do you do it and who do you say it? I don't know. But I'm here. I'm scrolling. He must be asleep. There's David Schofield. He may be asleep. He definitely was asleep. I'm off. We'll be back when he's live. Sorry, Oscar. That was at 23 minutes past. Yeah, it's 40 minutes ago. Marie was here and went. Karen was here. She rang me and I had a quick word with her, but it still took me 5 or 10 minutes to get live. Tommy Tombstone was here. As rainy there as here. We had forecasts of it being very, very, very rainy. So, let me cover this. Let me say this. Last night, I was conserving energy as much as possible. I woke up this morning with the EcoFlow still on 82%, I believe it was, 82. And it was supposed to be cloudy, rainy, thunderstorms. It was going to be all of the storms was going to be today all day. Each and every hour was 40, 50, 60%. Do you know what happened? We got sunshine at about 8:30. Wasn't usable, but by 9:30 we had usable sunshine. We had a trickle of power. And all day long we had power. And most of it was at 60, 70, 80%. By noon we were fully charged and powering the freezer. Powered the freezer for 3, 4, 5 hours this afternoon. Made sure each phone and tablet and device, made sure everything was fully charged. And got on with shit. Oh, I woke the dog 11 o'clock, 10:30 this morning. I woke the dog and then I tied her up. And something that's become a real kind of millstone around my neck this holiday. I don't know where this comes from, guys, but taking my gas bottle and getting it replaced. I've put it off. It's been like a real anxiety-driven kind of millstone around my neck. Because it wasn't in my head I was going to do it, I woke up this morning, walked the dog. It never entered my head to take the gas bottle and get it changed. I just took it and got it changed. Now there's a story in here. In my tent, I know I have 3 items. I have an actual trolley for taking things, for carrying things, fetching and carrying things. And I have 2 old lady shopping carts, 2 old lady trolleys with a shopping bag on. When I came for the actual fucking bag for the actual trolley for carrying things. It's not there. Someone's taken it. It's simply. Now I'm trying to remember back like a year ago, the last I wanted it or needed it, and I've got half an idea of something. But how I've got no idea it's not there. Even if I've used it or given it away or done something with it, I've got an idea of where it might have gone. It just doesn't, I can't complete the circuit. The memory's incomplete. How I've ended up with 2 old lady shopping carts, but not an actual trolley for carrying things. Anyway, I ripped the bag straight up and off an old lady shopping trolley, and I thought no way it was ever going to fit. But when I put the empty gas bottle on it, it's never been so stable. The last time I went with the shopping trolley up to the garage, I needed bungee cords and stuff to keep it on. No, it just sat heavy and proud, and it just sat on the trolley and was perfect. I went up to the market, I crossed the road, I got in there, I waved, the lady came out, she was lovely. She really, really struggled. Her key in the gas bottle kind of cage, she struggled with the key on the lock. It took about 5 minutes for her to wangle it and wrangle it and apply different kinds of pressure and turn the key around different ways and all the things you do when your padlock doesn't work. But this one padlock sealed the entire like the entire array of gas bottles. Now here's the thing: when she got me the full gas bottle, in the past, I've thought that a full one was like really heavy. I remember trying to lift one over by the gas burner, and it was now maybe I was doing it at a reach or at an arm's length or something about the situation. She gave me this supposedly new bottle. I picked it up and I thought, fuck, if I'd known it was this light, I wouldn't have needed a trolley. I could have brought the empty up, and I could have just carried this. It doesn't. What weight should this bottle be? And how do I know that I've got the weight it's meant to be? So for anyone who doesn't know, it's a Repsol. It's the orange and blue propane and butane mix, I think. So it's yellow. It's orange and blue, and it's got the outside colouring, the orange and blue, metal. But the inside bulb, the inside bottle, is the lightweight plastic flask, if you like, inside. What weight should a full one of those be? Because I picked it up with one arm, held it out, and thought, oh, that's nowhere near as heavy as I thought. And in the last year, I've gone through 3 of these, whereas previously 1 or 2. I'm starting to think I'm being sold a fucking lemon. How does a man with a trolley and just an arm, how does he know he's getting the right? How does he know he's getting the right weight? I don't know. Hope you and Tina had a good Christmas, asked Oscar, super enriched. That's a long time ago that you asked. Quarter of an hour ago, I think. We have had a fairly good Christmas. We still have not cooked an actual Christmas dinner here yet. That is strongly on the cards for tomorrow. Christmas Day was just fucking horrendous. 22 hours of rain. Um, Fortunately, my friend Anthony brought me a Christmas dinner. Now, the next day, I could have cooked a Christmas dinner, but I think after the previous 24 or 36 hours, I could have, but I couldn't be asked. It's as best as I can put it. So here we are now. I've still got the ingredients here, and obviously some are gonna. They've been in a fridge. Most of them have been in the fridge. Some of them are not. But we're talking about like leeks and no, it's mainly leeks that are outside. They're huge. They're big. It's mainly the leeks that are outside. There is a set of leeks inside. I've got two broccoli heads, one that's inside, one that's outside. Those are not in any danger of going off like in the next day or two. But as an idea, as a principle, I gotta get that Christmas dinner done. So tomorrow is definitely I was yesterday. I would have said that today, because today's a Sunday lunch. Sunday would have been ideal for a Sunday lunch. I would have said would have been ideal to do. What's the difference between a Sunday roast and a Christmas dinner? They're not the biggest difference in the world. They're almost the same. We almost have a Christmas dinner every fucking Sunday. Well, we by we I mean in Britain. There's not much difference between a Sunday roast and a Christmas dinner. Couple of extra items. Today I'd been expecting this big full-on fucking storm situation. I'd not slept last night. I eked out the power such that I woke up this morning and still had over 90% of the EcoFlow powered. I thought today I had to get through a whole day without sunshine, without solar power. That's what the weather forecast indicated. Today was going to be a full day with no solar power, with no sun, and with rain and thunderstorms and everything else all day. It never, it never happened. Tomorrow was supposed to be continuing all rain and thunder and lightning until at least middle of the afternoon. They're now saying sunshine in the morning. It's the most topsy-turvy piece of shit. I'm looking back wishing that I'd taken screenshots of what the weather was going to be so I could make a video and bitch about it. Now my weather videos never work. They're appallingly bad in terms of viewership. I think they're important in terms of documenting my experiences, but you guys disagree. You guys never, when you see one of my videos and the thumbnail is a fucking weather forecast, you don't bother. Fuck you very much. But cheers. New glasses they are, but get this, UK Richie. So my last pair of new glasses are less than 2 weeks old. And I got up and I went out and about and I did things. And quarter of an hour later, where the fuck are my glasses? Normally they're on my head. And normally if I take them off my head and I've put them down, so I make a mental note of where I've put them down. Now these ones, the last 2 weeks, they've continuously been dropping off my head and I've been catching them and recatching them, putting them back on my... It's been a right royal pain in the ass. Suddenly today, I'm off and I'm doing things. I'm doing what you have to do in an afternoon. And when I reach, they're not there. Where the fuck? Where are they? Where are my glasses? I've literally lost a pair of glasses today, and I don't know where. And so for the next 24 hours or 36 hours, I'm gonna have to tread so carefully everywhere I go. I'm almost certainly gonna find them by standing on them. I'm gonna try not to. And apologies to Josie. Josie and Peter brought me out this plastic bag. It had all sorts in it, but primarily there were about 5 different pairs of glasses. And I think I've now gone through at least 2. This will be the 3rd. There's 2 left. Now, they didn't know what strength to get me because I didn't know what strength I was. These are +3 and are perfect. +2 is okay. +1, oh, I can't. I have to work to make +1 work, and there are some +1s in there in the mix, and that would be my fault for not knowing my strength. See, I've said this in the past. When you don't use glasses and then you start using them, your eyes deteriorate massively in that period. Imagine your muscles and have been pulling on the lens to try and tweak the shape. So muscles pull to elongate the lens and make sharper or not so sharp. And your muscles have been pulling on the lens to make things readable for all that time. Then you give them something, you sit it there, it's +1, let's say. Oh my God, that's marvelous. Now your muscles just turn off, they relax. You're not using your muscles. Oh, that +1 kind of status, that's fine. But your eyes then deteriorate. Your lenses and your muscles are not pulling on the lenses. The lenses get lazy. +1's not enough. Oh my God, you're now so you put on some +2s. Oh, +2s. Oh, that's gorgeous. That's perfect. But then these muscles get lazy and the lenses get just so, and +2. You can just about make +2 work. But +3. Oh, +3. And now everything's crystal clear and sublime. That's where I am on my journey, folks. I'm on my journey towards wherever this ends up. But in so many ways, I wish I'd just carried on with just my eyes and the muscles. If I was still +1 and glasses were fantastic. It's so much better than having to have +3. And this whole bag of glasses that I've gone through where I've snapped 2 pairs and had another pair just disappear today off my hair. I've got absolutely no idea where these glasses... I mean, they're going to be on the floor in some flavour and in some position. I am 90% sure that it wasn't them falling off my nose that made me put them down. I've got certain places where I put them down. I'm on my way. If I know I'm going to the loo, I'll put them down here and I'll go up and I'll do what I've got to do. If I don't know I'm on my way to the loo, I'm doing something around the tent and I've got to go. There are 1 or 2 other fixed points that you put them down so that on the way back, you know where to pick them up. Never put them down somewhere new. Never put them down somewhere random. That's just deadly. If you're like, oh my God, I gotta go, oh, just fucking put them, oh, I'm off. Oh, I gotta go. I don't know, for a shit or something. You know, your blood is about to explode. Never put them down somewhere random. 2 or 3 fixed points where you put things. Because inside a tent is a TARDIS. If you put something down and don't pay attention to where you put it, or it's not a fixed spot where you put things in the course of events, it's gone. And it'll be 2 or 3 weeks later when you discover it, or maybe you discover it when you've stood on it already. That. I will let go of that particular rant. So that was UK Rich asking new glasses, yeah. Karen said, I've got to go, I'll try and get back, okay. Soul Mining, Steve says hello. 0 Watts Drinks. Certainly drinks. I'm not sure where you're going with it. Are you having a go at me about the drinks, or are you saying it's not a big deal about the drink? I don't know where I don't know where that is. Butane in Repsol, I think. I think it's a mixture, mate. The orange with the blue. I don't know. One of the gases doesn't do well when it's very cold, like around 2, 3, 4 degrees. And in winter, it hits 2, 3, 4 degrees. Not negative, but it hits 2, 3, 4 degrees. So I think their bottles are a mixture, but I could be wrong. That might be something that I've read somewhere that's not true. I'm not sure. The Great Green Gary says, hello, Mike. I didn't have a chance to set this to silence, so it's plinking and plonking as people come in and say hello. Let me check that there's not. I did put the message to say no, you've received dinero. Oh, Sarah. Didn't I? No donations this Christmas or New Year, folks. I'm well set for now, it said. I appreciate the gesture, but let me see. I'm not gonna report Sarah or block Sarah. That's not where we are. What's the message? Normally you show me the message. Is there a message? Maybe there's not a message. Did you didn't even post a message with it? It's come through as 10.99 euros, which I'm not sure if that means it was £10 or $10. I think dollars would be less. I think that's £10. Sarah, thank you. Absolutely wasn't necessary. Certainly, I've got enough money to get through January. I think I've got enough money. Well, okay, let me backstep. I've got enough money to get through Christmas and New Year. I think I've got that little bit extra that I could get through the whole of January with what's there. Which was why I've posted no donations this Christmas or New Year's, folks. I'm well set for now. The rest becomes obscured by other overlays on the screen. It was kind of just thank you guys and female guys, I think it says. I took my inspiration for the thank you from the Blue Jew. Nuxa Tuku online. He's Jewish, he's blue, he's a VTuber, so he's an animated character. You never get to see the man himself. But he says something similar about gentlemen and female gentlemen, I think. So I borrowed the inspiration. Or you might say copied, I guess. Then they aren't shaped round anymore. They look like rugby balls. Hold on. Gonna get astigmatism doing that with your eyes. Where are we going? What then they aren't they're not round anymore, they look like rugby balls. You're talking about my eyes being like rugby balls. I have supposedly needed glasses since the age of 2 years old, and I never wore them, or I wore them unreliably. At school, they would regularly fall off and get crushed by the grass cutter. Um, wasn't till honest, mum, honest. She's passed quite a few years ago, but she didn't like NHS specs. She paid to get me proper spec-shaped specs, um, like 170, 80, 90 pounds per pair of glasses, and I'd go through about 2 a year under the grass cutter at school, and it wasn't deliberate. I wasn't throwing them on, taking off, throwing them on the field. It was jumpers for goalposts, play football for an hour, go inside, put your jumper back on. What are your glasses? And when you look, the fucking grass cutters on the football field. Never deliberate, mum. Never. Don't doubt me, please. It was always accidental. But I was aware that, that in the 70s, paying 70 quid for a pair of glasses wasn't cheap. It was almost a week's living wage for a bloke. It was a significant amount of money. You might be paid 2 or 3 quid an hour. If you were a skilled worker like my dad was, you might be on £2 or £3 an hour. So 100 quid, 70, 80, 90 pounds for a pair of glasses. Just because you didn't like the freebie NHS John Lennon specs. Yeah. Sorry, mum. I didn't know what I was doing. It wasn't deliberate. Tommy Tombstone. Oh, it jumped. Where is Tommy? I just saw. Hold on. New glasses. I gotta go. Evening Mike. 0 watt strength. Butane. Hello Mike. Stigmatism. Okay. I've got some of the. This Tommy Tombstone. Is this the same message? I don't think this is the same message I was about to read. I got some of the orange ones with blue tops. They say Butano on the outside, but I don't know beyond that. Oh, it's possible then that they're just pure butane. I mean, Butano is obviously Spanish for just butane. I thought they were a mixture, like a 90-10 mix, but I could be wrong. I might be misremembering. Here's Sarah. I assume the name here is different from the donation I just received, but sorry if I done something wrong. Not at all, Sarah. Yeah, all donations gratefully received, but I did specifically put no donations needed. I was trying to do this Christmas and New Year back at you guys as a thank you, because I'm fairly well set at the minute. It doesn't mean that I've got loads and loads and that I'm always going to have extra. I'm just trying not to be too much of an e-beggar. I think if you watch the Boxing Day stream from a few days ago, I was trying to explain that I aim to be like a prepper, to be self-sufficient. But there's no way for me to actually be self-sufficient. I'm a guy in need. I'm a guy who can't provide for himself. I don't have the skills, and it's the reason I never set my tent up like under trees, hidden in the field. I'm out in the open, just like fuck off. Here I am. There's a track running past, and I'm here. I'm kind of in your face. The idea was always, I need help. Make myself visible. Make myself amenable to be helped. Make myself available to be helped, without outright begging. Very rarely do I say, hey guys, I'm stuck, I need money. I don't, I try not to be that guy. I try not to be that guy. But people will, in passing, will stop and say, hey, take a five or take a ten. Hey mate, here's 20. Friends come around, people, regular folks, people, I make friends and they come around regularly and they'll bring a case of beer, a breakfast. My friend Tom, when he's here on a Friday, will bring me a chicken dinner. Anthony, when he's here, will bring me a cooked breakfast once or twice a week. And between all of that, I survive. So I try not to be too, what's the word? I try not to be too in your face with the begging. I need help. That I don't have the mechanism to get by and to survive and to having the dog and the dog being disabled, having my Tina. We haven't done Tina yet, have we? I'll do that in a moment. We're nearly 45 minutes in. Maybe on 45 minutes I'll do the Tina thing. Even that, I don't like to feel that I'm turning Tina into a spectacle for begging purposes. Although I'm aware it can end up like that and would be helpful like that. I'm trying to temper being just that friendly guy that you're watching and seeing online. I'm trying to temper that against the guy who needs help. But I'm trying not to cross a line. I'm trying not to be that guy. It's embarrassing for me. It really is. I'm not. I've talked about this multiple times, but I'm not the most outgoing person in the world ordinarily. I needed beer to socialize in the before times. Before I was homeless, I would go to a bar and for the first hour I wouldn't talk to anybody. It's only once I'd had a couple of beers I'd kind of loosen up and go with it a bit. Alcohol was the great loosener, the great. Now that has its own problems that you have to guard against, and I'm conscious of that because I've got family who, how do you put it? Initially, the person takes a drink, and then the drink takes a drink, and before too long, the drink takes the person. Without getting specific about my family members and to try to tell you other people's story, which I don't want to do, I would never want to do. Let's just say I've got experience of family being overtaken by drink. So I'm aware that I like a drink. I'm aware that I do drink. I'm aware that sometimes I drink too much. The line I'm trying to watch against is switching from occasionally drinking too much and how do you put it politely? Being an alky. I don't want to cross that line. So sometimes a friend arrives with breakfasts and brings me a 12-pack of cold beer. Now, if it's 10, 10:30, 11, I might have a cold beer with the breakfast. If it's 9, 9:30, I'm probably going to resist. But for months, if you got to remember, folks, I now have a fridge freezer powered by solar and but for many, I've been in this field many months. where it hits 40, even 50 degrees Celsius. This is not Fahrenheit. 50 degrees Celsius in the heat. Having a cold drink was always it's an aspiration. Whether it's water, whether it's beer, whether it's cola, whether it's fucking whatever. But if you've got beer and you're trying to make it cold, and suddenly you've got a way of making it cold, or someone arrives out of nowhere and they've brought you cold beer for that afternoon, but they've arrived at 10:30 or 11 in the morning, you're maybe not going to wait until 2 o'clock to start drinking that. And so in your head, that dare I do a breakfast beer because the cold beer's here, or do I have to wait until 2 o'clock? Dare I waste the cold that they've spent time preparing for me? And I get comments from you guys. I get comments from you. Whenever I see you, you're always drinking. Yeah. I'm sitting down, ready to talk to you for a minimum of 3 hours, and probably for 5 or 6, or trying for 5 or 6 hours. You ever tried talking for 5 or 6 hours without a cold drink? Oh. It's probably not going to be 5 or 6 hours today. New Year's Eve, I'm going to try. So Christmas Eve this year, I saw in Christmas for Spain or Central Europe and the UK time zone, Greenwich Mean Time. And then I went on for a few hours. But I didn't get close to seeing in Christmas into the United States. This new year, how you watching, folks? If we got any Yanks or Canucks in the house now, let yourself be known. Identify yourself. And I'm not, listen, don't be offended by the Yank and Canuck thing. It's a piss take. You can call us whatever you want, whatever your favourite term for us is. The Australians call the Americans septic tanks, which is Cockney rhyming slang for Yanks. Septic tank, Yank. The Australians obviously abbreviate everything, so you're just a septic. I'll stick with Yanks, and for the Canadians, Canucks. I'm not going to stop. I don't care how much you complain. Fuck it. You can call us limeys or whatever the world chose to call, whatever your part of the world, whatever the nickname is for Brits in your part of the world. That's okay. It's what banter is, folks. Take it on the chin, laugh with it, roll with it. If it offends you, I don't care. It's not the place for you. I'm not for you then, if you're offended by me. You want to hear me say the N-word? I do. Probably about 8 or 9 times now on the channel. Someone should do a compilation. I say the N-word. I say fag. I say faggot. Now, fag usually is in connection with cigarettes. Faggot is usually in connection with meatballs. But not always. Sometimes I'll say it just because I can fucking say it, and free speech matters. Do not police my speech. That is one thing. Up with which I will not put. Mr. Churchill disagrees with that format of speech. Technically correct. That is something up with which I will not put. That's a construction that is technically correct. Mr. Churchill says it's too awkward, I won't put up with it. I say, Whitney, you're my fucking hero. But don't dictate how I fucking talk. If I'm going to say to Mr. Winston Spencer Churchill, fuck off, don't tell me how to speak, then I'm going to say to anybody, don't tell me not to say the word nigger. Spick. I can't even think what the others are. Faggot. I'm not saying them at anybody. I'm not calling anybody them names. Okay? Let's relax. But you do not get to police my speech. Nobody does. Well, one day YouTube will go, oh my fucking god, someone will report me. I'll get reported, I'll get banned, whatever. But I will get to protest the ban. It's not like I'm a big channel. What is it? I doubt there's 10 people here now watching. I've got white writing on a white background telling me how many people here and how many thumbs up. Thumbs up looks like 12 or 13, either 13 or 15. Number of people here, it might be maybe 13, maybe 14. White writing on a white background with a bit of black over the top. I'm not sure, folks. Maybe you can tell me. I gotta scroll. Donegal over landing. I haven't seen you for a long time, Richard. Merry Christmas, mate. You hope that 2026 brings Tina and myself some good fortune. 2026 is going to bring Tina her end. But I don't put that on you and your best wishes. I'm predicting. I was really surprised Tina got through this year. She's a real survivor. She's a real champ. But unless I'm majorly misreading things, the deterioration continues, and yeah, I don't think she'll be here at the end of 2026. 15, 17, 18, okay, 17 people here, 18. Somehow the numbers moved downwards and I can see them, 16 and 18. It's nice to see you, Richard. I haven't seen you in quite a while, mate. I watched a few of your videos a while back where you had a grill that was riseable and raisable, I guess raisable, adjustable. We'll go with adjustable. No, I enjoyed your videos, mate. I know, going back, I know when you first arrived, I got a bit snippy with you at one point. I apologise for that. I was maybe a bit too oversensitive for your wording. So, Sarah, no, you haven't done anything wrong. Not at all. I appreciate the gesture, and I thank you for it. Even though I had put a disclaimer at the top saying no donations needed through Christmas. But thank you. Here's the lady of 1,000 names. Are you okay? Just seen the videos of Puerto Mazaron and the tornado. I didn't know there'd been a tornado down in Mazaron. What's he called down that way? I watch it. Sean. Sean spelt with, is he an AU? Is he an AU, Sean? I think it's a SHAUN. Sean in Mazaron. He does his sticker Sunday, doesn't he? He didn't pop up in my timeline for a couple of weeks, maybe. Haven't seen him for a little while. I didn't know about bad weather and torn. I mean, you're looking at a good hour south of here. A good hour, maybe a little bit more. I'm not sure. So don't worry. Today we've had fairly good weather here. It was forecast to be really bad, and it just never happened. So Bella, Binny, Belinda. Can I even remember some of the others? Fed up bin, and I know, but the lady with 1,000 names. We're all good here. It's all good, darling. Thank you, and thank you for your support this last year. Thank you. A cold beer is hard to resist in Spain. This is true, Tom. Yeah. What am I going to say? I was about to say 9/12 of the year, which is 3/4 once you factor everything down. But redistribute, however you want to word it. Are you factoring or are you redistributing? Yeah. most of the year, a cold beer is a godsend. This time of year in winter, it's a nice to have. It's not. I mean, right now, I bought two 12 packs. Was it yesterday or the day before? One's outside, and one's in not just inside, but in the fridge. I think after a day, it was more than a day, and I opened it and got the first couple of beers out. We're on the, I think we're on the fourth and fifth. There's three more over there to hold them. We're nearly 2 days into this set of beer, into this pack of beer, and I'm on, what did I say, 3 or 4, beer number 3 or 4. I lose track so easily, but it's I got another pack there outside the tent. There isn't room. I've told her I'm stepping over bags like stepping stones to try and pick out an empty piece of land to put my feet on. I've got so much in here. I'll almost be glad when I've made 2 or 3 Christmas dinners. Yeah, get shit out of the way. Happy April Fool's Day, says Keith. Okay, yeah. Oh, Fama arrived at 23:41. That's 8 minutes ago, isn't it? Welcome everyone, everybody, everywhere. He welcomes me to my own stream. Yeah, welcome. Hello, Delta Mike. Yes, to your own stream. Happy New Year, says Fama. I am gonna do a separate New Year stream. That's Wednesday night, yeah. I'm going to do a stream Wednesday night. Now it won't be for everyone. If you've got a real life, if you've got a family, if you've got friends, if you've got a circle of friends, you got a local bar that are expecting you, go there, do that. This is for the lonesome doves, I guess. This is for the guys and gals, the guys and female guys. I'm going to follow a theme here from Nux Taku. The gentlemen and lady gentlemen that have got nowhere better to be. If you're stuck, if you've got nowhere else to be, if you're going to be alone on the last evening of the year, if you want someone to share that loneliness with, if you want to share that experience, let's be alone together. I got my dog. I got my Tina doggy darling. Disabled as she is, but she's here, she's with me, she's mine. It's going to be our last New Year's. Probably. Maybe I'll make that the thumbnail or the title. Tina sees in her last. Now I would have put money that last Christmas and New Year were her last. I would have bet money on that, guys. I had friends saying goodbye to Tina when they left the country, thinking it would be the last time they saw her. And then 6, 7, 8, 9 months later, they come back and she's still here. She's hung in real well. And much as I love her, and much as I want her to be here forever, at some point it will probably become painful for her. There's no sign of any pain at any point yet. But there are signs of deterioration. And so I don't think it would be inappropriate. I'm not qualified to be making decisions on this stuff. But I think it would be entirely justified to assume that this was her last Christmas and her last New Year. Not hoping it's that. I'm not wishing it's that. Quite the alternative. Quite the opposite. If she makes it through to next year, that'd be fantastic. I just think it's less than likely. And anyway, if you're alone You don't have to be lonely. I don't mean lonely, like, but if you're alone, if you're single, if you've got nowhere better to be, if you've got somewhere better to be, fucking go there. If I had a bar, if I had my regular bar where I knew everybody, I'd be there. I would be the first into a bar. Not the first in, that sounds terrible, doesn't it? I would be the first to say, go to the bar where you're known. Go somewhere where everybody knows your name. In the words of a certain TV theme song. That's the way to be. Be around friends, family, whatever you've got. But if you don't got, I'm here for you folks. I'm alone in a field. Just me and my doggy, who I have to carry everywhere. I have to carry the back end, not the entire beast, but the back end. What did we work it out as the other day? She's 35 kilograms. That's 77 pounds. I'm carrying between half, which would be 30, 38, 39. I'm carrying between that and 2/3. That was almost 60, wouldn't it? It's 50 something. If I'm carrying 2/3, and I'm carrying the back end, which is the heavier end. The back side weighs more than the head. So I don't know, however you weigh that, but just a back step. It's me and my dog. It's me. I'm alone. I'm certainly not lonely. I have lots of friends. Whenever they're out here who visit, when Anthony's here, he visits often, 2 or 3 times a week. When Tom's here, he'll come once or twice a week. When Karen's here, at least weekly. You know, there's less impetus to come too often if you're here like she is for weeks or months at a time. You don't need to be coming out multiple times a week. But she makes sure I'm okay and takes care of this. Buying the gas bottle, guys. Let me touch on this. Let me take an aside from New Year and being together. I'm here for you. If you're alone at New Year and you want to partake. Some of you aren't even alone, but you come and you'll help and you'll support me while I support others. You don't have to be alone to be here. I'm not excluding people who are not alone. But my aim is to provide some kind of succor, some kind of service, some kind of support to the wider, lonelier community. But if you're not part of the wider, lonelier community, you're obviously still welcome. Come and say hello if you've got nothing better to do. But if you have got something better to do, no worries. Not a problem. I'm not keeping score. I'm not marking against you. But something that happened today was that I finally went and switched out my gas bottle, which I'd seen as a problem for about 3 weeks in the run up to Christmas. It was so low. Pick it up and not hear any gas. You couldn't hear any liquid inside the gas bottle. It's been running on vapors for 3 or 4 weeks. And over Christmas, this became a thing. If you're going to cook a Christmas dinner, you're going to have to go and swap that bottle out. You don't want to start cooking your roast potatoes and have the gas bottle run out. Start the day by change that gas bottle. Change that gas. It became a thing. It became a millstone around my neck. It became a point of anxiety, frankly. So any day where I woke up with it in mind, tomorrow, first thing, walk the dog, take the gas bottle. Walk the dog, take the gas bottle. It became a mental blockage. Today, I walk the dog, the weather forecast said it was going to be dark and overcast and rainy all day. 40, 50, 70%. Every hour through the day was 30, 40, 50 and above % chance of rain. And after we just come through Christmas, where it rained each and every fucking hour of the day, I thought it was going to be another one of those, which is why I saved up the power yesterday. So I went for the walk with the dog this morning, realised it wasn't that bad, and then thought to myself, fuck it, take the gas bottle and change it. And out of nowhere, I took myself into, because it wasn't a weight around my neck, it wasn't a millstone, it wasn't there, it wasn't on the cards for today, and so I did it. Weight lifted. Now there's a separate fucking story around it. In that storeroom is supposed to be 2 old lady shopping trolleys, count them, 2 big shopping bags on wheels, yeah, with a frame and a trolley for carrying shopping. But also in there is I'm going to say is a trolley from Harry and H and N. Oh, I'm sorry, darling. Harry and not Nels. Harry and no. N was a surname. Harry and I've got it written down, but it's written down on this phone and I can't check. About 3 years ago, this couple arrived out of nowhere and brought me a load of stuff on a trolley. And they were giving me the stuff and the trolley. I didn't realise at first that the trolley was for me. And I use it loads for fetching water. Back when that first winter, when they left the beach foot wash thing turned on. They forgot to turn it off, and I didn't realise that was different from normal. I thought that was the norm, that I could get water in winter. When they turned it off the year after, I couldn't get water. I was really stuck. Harry and I am sorry, folks. Fuck. I want to say Harry and Niels, but I think Niels is part of the surname rather than the lady's name. If you hang tight, I can't let this go. I can't let it. It'll be apparent to me on here. I don't want to disrespect people by not people that were so important to me in the early days. I don't want to let them. I can't just not mention their real names. I don't know why I don't remember it. I had it earlier. It was here. It was locked in my brain. The main point, 2 old lady shopping trolleys and 1 real trolley, 1 real cart, 1 Harry and Jill. See, the Neil that I took, that was part of their surname. Harry and Jill, H and G. When things are close, my mind can't separate them. I had this idea that it was Neil, but then their surname, and it was and I couldn't distinguish. I couldn't cut away from it. My head doesn't work that way anymore. So I should have 2 of these old lady shopping trolleys and an actual trolley. And when I went in the storage shelter today, convinced that I had 2 shopping trolleys and an old lady, a totally separate old lady, no separate shopping trolley, no separate trolley. No, there's only 2 old lady shopping trolleys, and I felt violated. That's like I've been robbed. For 6, 8, ever since we emptied this place and brought shit back in, I knew I had a proper trolley and 2 old ladies shopping trolleys. I knew that I did. And now I don't. Somebody's been in here and taken it, or I've taken it out and done something and not put it back, or I've lent it to someone and not had it back. I don't know what, but it shook me. I've had nothing stolen from me. Hardly. This is now the 3rd incident. Incident 1, the police turned up pretending I was on public land and that they had the right to confiscate all my belongings around. And they robbed me and really fucked me up the arse. Totally illegally, totally incorrectly, not public land, private land, and they had no fucking right. And if you're watching, police chief, Mr. Mayor, whoever's in fucking charge, one day, when I'm in a position to, I'm going to have you over for that. I've got it all on video, and it was entirely fucking illegal. Private land, not trespassing unless the owner says so. You had no fucking right to touch any of my fucking belongings. And like I said earlier, I am the most placid, the most calm man ever. Until authority abuses its fucking authority and steals my belongings. No warrant, no court order, no right to be on my land, on the private land upon which I am situated. You had no right to touch any of my fucking belongings. And you laughed at me while taking them. First words out your bitch's mouth when she arrived was, "Get that dog inside or I'm going to shoot it." In English, those were your fucking words. Get that fucking dog inside or I'm going to shoot it. First words out your mouth. Your partner agreed later on those were the first words out your mouth. You denied it the entire rest of the interaction while laughing at me. One day, when I'm in a position, I'm coming after you to the full extent allowed by law. It will be my fucking top priority once I've got money and have cleared the rest of my fucking obligations. Look at me. Do I look like someone you want to fucking mess with? Sorry folks, it gets me angry every time. They stole everything I owned outside of the tent itself. They knew they had no right to come inside the tent, which is why they unpegged every peg around the tent and then shook the tent to try and intimidate me after threatening to shoot the dog. This is why, and I'm on video, you can go back and watch this. This is why I threatened to go outside and smack shit out of the male copper, because he was a pussy. Obviously I'm not going to threaten to smack shit out of the female copper, she's a female. But she was a bigger pussy. But I told him, if you do not stop that, I'm going to come out there and I'm going to smack the shit out of you. You're threatening to smack Guardia Civil? Yes. I will defend my home to the fullest extent allowed by law. You peg my fucking tent pegs and shake my tent, start doing damage. The tent was only about 2 or 3 weeks old at the time. You threaten my tent with damage. You threaten my home, my shelter, my physical, legal, habitual residence. Yeah, I'll come out there and smack you. You might taser me, you might shoot me, you might hit me with battle. You might do whatever the fuck you do. I will be legally justified, you fucking won't. It's all on camera. I made that threat. He stopped. I had to go around afterwards and reapply all the every tent peg. That was his method of intimidation, like a little fucking pussy. Well, let's unpeg his tent. Let's get him. Guardia Civil, after that event, I challenged you. Pick your champion and I will fight him in a boxing ring. I was a bit of a handy lad when I was younger, and now I'm an old fart. Pick your champion. To this day, the offer stands. Pick your champion. I will fight him in a fucking boxing ring, and the money can go to charity. A charity of my a charity of the winner's choice. Let's do that. So it could be like a police benevolent fund or whatever. It won't be, because you won't fucking win. In a ring, in a fair fight, man against man, my money's on me. Every fucking time. Always has been. For the next 10 years will always will be. There will come a time when I'm no longer the man that I used to be. I'm not. I'm a shadow of my former self. I know this already. But in a stand-up, knockdown fist fight, and we had this the other month, 2 or 3 months ago, with the yobbo that was here. We had about 20 separate fights. I won 20 separate rounds. I won them all. Every time he ended up on the ground. He ended up running away. He ran away so hard that he fell on something in the field and cut his hands to shit. Ended up in hospital. That was the least savoury way that I've put people in hospital. I could sit here now and recant other ways that I've put people in hospital. From the gay guy that approached me clumsily in the toilets in London when I was about 20, and I overreacted and hurt him. To the time in a nightclub in Wimbledon when I saved a policeman's life and then got beat up by his colleagues until he came and shook my hand about 5, 6, 8, however many fucking hours later it was. To the time when I left Lancaster train station and I turned left into a ginnel towards the castle and got jumped by 3 guys, and I put 2 of them in hospital. And the police wanted to prosecute me. They wanted to prosecute me for excessive force. 3 against 1. And the police wanted to prosecute me. The topic took a tangent, folks. Where were we? I was talking about what a nice, pleasant guy I was one minute, and the next minute I'm going off about how I keep putting people in hospital. Not a bad guy. I'm not an initiator of violence. But I am, historically speaking, quite capable of violence. Unperturbed by the presence of certain weapons. Taken knives off multiple people over the years. Being approached by someone who doesn't know what they're doing, who comes at you with a knife, is all focused on the knife. They forget that you can sweep the legs or smack the hands or punch them in the face. That they are terrible Someone who doesn't know what they're doing, who comes at you with a knife, is almost easy to deal with. Now, if someone who knows what they're doing who comes at you with a knife, that's different. You have to be more prepared. But for one reason or another, I am prepared. And will still normally take the knife off them. I once got cut by someone with a knife, but I was drunk and slow and stupid. I've lost track of where I was, guys. Farmer was welcoming me to my own stream. Say hello before I go to bed, said Binny. Binny Belinda. That was 43. That's 25 minutes ago. No digi-ID for you then. I would be massively, massively, massively against digital ID. I stand with some bloke called Winston, who aspired, having introduced IDs during a little skirmish in the 40s, he introduced identification. It was his, what would you put it, endearing? No, enduring. That's the word I'm looking for, not endearing. It was his enduring wish to. He was the guy that introduced them out of necessity during a bit of a scuffle in the 40s. And yeah, he set about, when he got next elected, it was his thing to straight away abolish such things. If Mr. Winston Spencer Churchill thought it was anathema for the British gentlemen, read also ladies, to have to identify themselves, papers please, to authority. If he thought it was anathema, if he thought it was against all things British, after being the bloke who introduced such things, but regretting, it's one of his biggest regrets that he had to do, and he did have to do it, let's face it, there was a war on. But he regretted its existence. And then he got voted out after the war because there was a big socialist movement. But when he got back in 4 or 5 years later, it was top of his priority list to scrap that shit. If the British Army, which manned checkpoints at the time, and the British police could not demand your ID just on a whim, not without reason, if they couldn't just stop you at a checkpoint and say, papers please, if Winston abolished that shit and thought it was anathema to the British way of life, I stand with Winston Spencer Churchill. I can say no more. I don't need to enact or reenact or resurrect or call forth the spirit of any greater power than the greatest Briton that ever lived. Mr. Winston Spencer Churchill was against IDs. He was the one man that introduced them and made them mandatory during a certain political or a certain physical crisis. But he himself regretted having to do so. I call forth no greater spirit, no greater memory than Mr. Winston Spencer Churchill. So no digital ID for me, not voluntarily. Mike, let's not get in trouble off the bat. I've no idea what that was to do with, but I'm here anyway. Sean's channel, expat in Mazaron, that's right, that is indeed Sean, yeah. I'll often watch it on a Sunday, but I'm usually, so he does it in 2 parts. In the morning, he does a 10 minutes and you have to be there and you have to put your name in the pot for like a raffle for a magnet or a not a poster, a sticker or a fridge magnet. And then at I can't remember whether it's 7, 8 or 9 on a Sunday night, he does the draw for who wins. Yeah, no, I like Sean. We almost met one time. He was up here meeting Barry, Scottish couple in Spain, and there's a chance they were going to come and meet me, but it didn't come off. Let's be alone together. That was indeed what I said, Farmer. What did I say about being careful with your arrangement of your sentences? I'm not sure, mate. What did you say? But it sounds contradictory, doesn't it? Let's be alone together. But it is a thing. I don't want to say lonely people, but people that are alone. Single people. You don't have to be literally lonely. You don't even have to be literally alone. But if you've got that, we've got nowhere else to be, nothing better to do. I'm here for you guys. It's kind of my role. It's kind of my purpose in life, I think. Oh, here we go. Here goes Keith. Listen, all the languages that that Google's offers a translation from, this isn't one of them. It's not one. Latin isn't something that you can just click to fucking decipher. Seminole pacta sunt sebanda en lex, that's in law, jurisprudence de jure priesthood bailiwick. Okay, let me tell you how much of that I can translate. Pacta is an agreement, a pact. Seminole I don't get, sunt I don't get. Sebanda sounds familiar, but I don't. Lex is law, and lex means in law. Jurisprudence is the study of law, or the perfection, the improvement of law. So in legal jurisprudence, de jure means, is that of this day, or is that more of an under? I think it's more of an under. Priesthood, obviously, we still have that word. Bailiwick. We have bailiwick still. Bailiwick's a word. Like old, but I think the bail is like Old Bailey. Bail, it's to do with courts. My Latin isn't good enough, mate. I don't know. There's Andy. Andy's pointing out we hit 21 likes. I see 22 right now, so that's good. That was on the stroke of midnight. We're doing well, folks. Why are we doing so well when I was 40 minutes late to the party? We're massively over normal on the likes. The record is 46. We thought it was 47, but as we finished, somebody unclicked. Hold on. Tommy Tombstone says the former, and they've filled it with loot. And I haven't got the context for whatever what the former and the farmer says. I'll be the first, Mike. Please rephrase. I've no idea of what you speak. Being careful with your arrangement of sentences. I'm never careful. Expert in Matheron. It is indeed Binny, Belinda, Bella. Say hello before I go to bed. I'm sorry if I'm too late. I'm sorry if I missed you. I was full rant. I was off on one about my police adventures and them stealing things. I think I got there because of things missing here that I was certain were here, and how violated I feel that they're not. I've been robbed. I have been robbed one way or another. By the trolley that Harry and Jill brought me is gone. I guess I didn't use it for so long I didn't even notice it gone. The last time I remember thinking about it was Joby, that was here in the field a couple of years ago, was gonna go off on his adventures, and he'd seen a table or something he wanted to bring back to me. So I got the trolley out for him, but he went out that day without it, and he never came back. He was gone for weeks and weeks and weeks before he contacted me to tell me he'd hurt his leg while he was out, and he'd fallen in with another group of homeless people. And it was weeks and weeks, like months before I saw him again. And I'm fairly sure he didn't take my trolley. I got the trolley out for him, but he didn't take it. I'm fairly sure it was here 6 or 8 months ago when I stacked the storage room. But that missing sent me off on a rant about the police stealing my things, and about how angry I was, and me challenging the police to a fight, and all of those, whether they're negative connotations about my personality. I am capable of great violence, but I am very judicious about where I apply it. I don't walk about threatening people all the time and starting fight. I'm not that guy. But if it comes to me, yeah, I can be explosively fucking violent. And have been. To the point where courts have had to decide whether charges can stand or not. And historically they haven't. You're attacked by 3 guys, you put 2 of them in hospital and hurt the other one quite a bit. And the police are trying to charge you with the use of excessive force and different flavours of assault, or whatever the fuck they call it. And the judge takes one look at the facts and says, "Are you having a fucking laugh?" Almost literally says those words. Not quite, but almost literally. I wasn't there. According to my lawyer, in a pre-trial kind of hearing. Sorry? A citizen walks out of a railway station, turns left, heads through a thin little pathway, and gets jumped by 3 guys that he doesn't know, that are trying to rob him for his laptop and his phone or whatever. And you want me to prosecute him? And the judge is like, did he attack them with a samurai sword? No, Your Honor. Did he pull a gun? No, Your Honor. Well, then what? Well, fists and feet. 1 man against 3. Yes, Your Honor. But he did put 2 of them in hospital and hurt the other one badly. And the judge is like, from what I'm told, the judge is like, I'm glad. Where's the crime? It's like the most simple case of fucking self-defense ever. But it hung over my head for 4 or 5 fucking months. Yeah, I don't know. Happy New Year, sausage. Say hello before I go. Merry Christmas as well. Still Christmas. It's still Christmas. Okay. I'm going to say until January the 6th or 7th. But if you want to say till the end of February, I like that. The people who say on Boxing Day, on the 26th of December, oh, thank God that shit's over. What are you talking about? Over. That was the first day of Christmas. My true love said to me, here's a bird in a tree. It's a partridge in a pear tree, but it's just a bird in a tree. On the second day, the third day, we got 12 days of this shit. You don't get over it that quickly. No digi-ID for you. Not with my agreement or approval. I'm sure that if it becomes law, it'll be forced upon me. But with the greatest resignation, the greatest I will protest, I will resist. I won't carry it. I won't make it available on demand just because some plod in the street says so. I just won't. I will resist to the utmost extent. I was just thinking, to what extent? To how much of an extent? I think I would use physical force if it was demanded of me. I think to that extent. I think that much about it. Me and Mr. Winston Spencer Churchill. I will call forth the spirit of Winston Spencer Churchill. And I think I would use physical force against anyone who was trying to demand ID of me. I think so. I wouldn't make the decision lightly. But I think it's that important an issue that I would willingly cross that line. Not something I do lightly, but I think about it, it's just so un-British. It's just so un-British. And therefore has to be resisted with all the force of any other un-British action should receive. And that does mean force, I think. That's certainly my current thinking on the topic. There'll be others out there that say resist it, but not as far as force. I think some things demand that you do use force. It's an escalation. You have to be careful that it's not unwarranted escalation. But I think this is so important that it would warrant it. Within my belief system, I believe so. I can understand someone who thinks, oh, I'll resist right up to the point of force. If you carry on resisting, do you not think they're going to use force against you? Handcuffing you, dragging you away, jailing you, that's force. Force, the threat of force, should in some circumstances be met by equal or indeed superior force. To my mind, ID cards, absent some exterior authority. If you believe that I've committed a crime and you're demanding ID, if the belief that I've committed a crime is legal, is just, is justified, if you followed the reasonable, articulable suspicion and probable cause, if you followed that path and you believe you're there, then I would probably identify. But if I thought you were being a jerk and just demanding it because you're a cunt, I'm probably going to smack you on the head. Hard. Very hard. Because I'm like that. And because some things justify that reaction. There'll be people here amongst you that disagree with me, and that's okay. I can have a different path, have a different belief system than you. I'm not going to hate you over it. I'm not going to fall out with you over it. We can differ on these things, but push comes to shove, I'm probably going to smack somebody. If I believe it's the right thing to do. Okay, I'm scrolling forwards past Seminola Pacta, blah, 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 in Latin. The format, and they filled it with loot. I don't know what that refers to. Stock up on monies, don't refuse more ready's legal fund. Yeah. Have useful, I'm going to use the word currency. We had a discussion the other day about gold and silver, which some preppers resort to in the face of difficulties. I honestly don't believe, without an assay agent, without people available to verify the value of your gold, without an active market, your gold's not going to get you some bread and eggs and milk down at the farm shop. But in the first week or three, actual money, coins and notes of the realm, whichever realm you're in, yeah. Longer term, beyond the first month or two, I'm assuming British sensibilities, not American go for your guns, we're all dead. Assuming British sensibilities, I'd give it a month or two. Money's going to be no use. You're going to need practical goods. You're going to need to barter. The people who've got chickens, so people with hens, people with rabbits, what a little bit quail, people with quail, chickens, rabbits, quail. Those guys are going to have shit to barter with. Another idea come the apocalypse. On day one, you send out a bunch of kids into a field to gather every fucking snail you can find. You want a bucket full of snails, and you want to keep them for about 3 months. Snails reproduce like nobody's business. Every 2 snails will produce 100 snails. And they'll grow. If you feed them, if you can feed them with lettuce, carrots, leafy stuff. 4 or 5 days before you're going to eat them, you need to not feed them. You want to separate them out, the ones that you want to eat. Separate them out and let them bring their shit out. Let all the shit out. Don't feed them anything so there's nothing new to shit out. After 3 or 4 days, they've cleansed themselves, and then they're ready for eating. You do the escargot thing. Meanwhile, your bucket of snails has become 90 buckets of snails. Not quite, but you know. And you do that. And you keep sending the kids out every now and again to go get another bucket of snails. Snails, rabbits, quail. Chickens are noisy. A lot of people won't let you have... In the before times, while everything's right, you'd struggle to keep the chickens or hens without everyone complaining. Quail, you've got no problem. Rabbit, you've got no problem. You can keep them entirely indoors even. But you probably want to keep some mealworm or something. Beetles and mealworms to feed to them. Yeah, and a garden. You want to be gardening. Come the apocalypse. Why am I talking about the apocalypse? I don't stock up on monies. Yeah, there you go. Breach of your peace, malfeasance. Malfeasance taught abuse of office. Yeah, abuse of office is a biggie. If you can get anyone to listen, which at the minute, nowadays, I don't know when the last time anybody was done for abuse of office or abuse of public office. Wasn't there a politician in the 90s who got done for it? He spent about 3 months in jail, came out all posh and toffee language. Can't remember his name. It was just after the one before him that got done for it was Jeffrey Archer. There was Jeffrey Archer, one of Maggie's ministers, and then there was this other guy, silver hair. Don't remember his name, but it's not something that gets done nowadays. Scotty, good evening, Mike. Good old Winston. His hobby was brick. Yeah, it was. He did brick. He was bad at it by all accounts, but he did bricklaying as a hobby, like to keep his feet on the ground, to keep in touch with the common man. Built loads of stuff in his garden for pleasure. That's a real man. It was indeed. The ceiling lamp in my room is some fancy shit. A Bluetooth speaker and disco light auxiliary features. Tina girl. I think she's running in her sleep. Just a little bit annoying. When the main light has gone, so I'm stuck in a rapid fire of green, red, and blue. Do you not have the you don't have the app and the Bluetooth to control it? Tell us about the meal Anthony brought you. I know you made a video, but explain a little more the tastes. Okay, so Anthony's Irish. So potatoes. There was, like we do in the north of England, often a lot of people on a Sunday lunch, and a Christmas dinner is basically a Sunday lunch plus a bit. So we had mashed potato. I think there were roasties there. I don't specifically remember roast potatoes, but I'm sure there must have been. Sprouts, carrots. What was the other veg? Sprouts, carrots. I don't explicitly remember parsnips, I'll be honest. They may have been, I just don't remember them. There was turkey, there was gravy. Do I remember anything else? I don't remember stuffing or bread sauce. I'm not saying there was Yorkshire pudding. He had a Yorkshire there. There was a Yorkshire, a small. When I do it, I like to sit mine inside a big Yorkshire pudding. But I'm not criticising other people's choices. My friend Anthony brought me something when I was stuck. No, it was the full works. It was a perfectly good Sunday roast, but with turkey, which therefore makes it a Christmas dinner. And unlike his breakfasts, which come on a paper plate, when they're not breakfast sandwiches, his breakfast this was on a plate, which I gave him back the next day. I didn't have time to fully wash it. I think I'd given it a quick wipe, but I'd not given it a wash. I couldn't believe that he came the next day. I couldn't believe he came that day. I had no warning. He didn't message me and say, I'm on my way and I'm bringing Christmas dinner. A car drove past. Tina recognises some cars and not others. She recognises. Tina went wild. He gets alongside, he peeps his horn, goes to the bottom, turns around. We come out, and he comes and parks on the grass here alongside. Now, what's really interesting about this is that there didn't used to be space to park alongside. The only reason that there's enough space in this hedge to park along, because they have to pull off the road, it's a single track road. They have to pull off. The only reason that there's enough space to park here is because the police visits cut into this hedge. I never used this side, the exits this side of the town. Never used them. Always went either down that way or up that way. Never. But we ended up with so many footprints to this door because of the and police cars parked here, that it created the space for other people to stop here. Yeah. I once had a policeman come here claiming he was the local environment protection officer. And he didn't like the fact I had dogs, because dogs will dig, and they will dig under. And he was this big local fucking environment expert, and he was going to do me for all. Never came back again. When I just ignored him and said, yeah, mate, whatever. You're the big head honcho of environment. Okay. Now fuck off. I don't think I said that to his face, but that was my attitude with him. See, the path through the field that he doesn't like being here isn't a path caused by human feet. It's a dry riverbed. When it rains lots and this field floods, that's where the water, that's one of the paths in where the water comes. When it goes down and past the tent here and out the other end, it's not because of human foot traffic or dog foot. It's because it's it's a fucking riverbed. The water will run down and through the field and out that way. Very little of the harm done here is what he thinks it is, despite him being the big ecological fucking expert. I've had all of these schemes used to tell me why I can't be here and why it's invalid that I'm here. But they were all predicated upon it being public land. It's just not. It's just not. Unless the owner comes to me, asks me to leave, I refuse, and then he trespasses me. There's nothing the police can do. Some of the people down the lane object to me being here in a mild kind of way. Some of them are helpful, talk to me, donate to me, give me things. Even the ones that don't give me things, the majority will nod and wave, they'll say hello, they're kind of supportive in a, you know, in a minor manner. I think most people understand that you don't just choose to be homeless and live in a fucking field. That they, without even asking, they understand that you're stuck, that you've got nowhere better to. If you had somewhere better to be, then you'd be somewhere better. Yeah, I mean that's not just a linguistic kind of. I know it trips off the tongue, but that's not just a linguistic silliness that I throw out there. It's obvious. It's a truism. If you had somewhere better to be, then you'd be somewhere better. So the fact that you're in a fucking field means you haven't got anywhere else to be. And short of it being their field and them telling you to get out, most people will acknowledge it's none of their fucking business. Now, some of the people in property overlooking here had an issue. There was one person posting on Facebook when I first arrived here. Look at this. How do we get rid of it? Okay, disconnected. I was just saying, some people up in the apartments overlooking me and overlooking this field when I first arrived here were objecting on Facebook. Look at this. How do we get rid of it? Who do I complain to? How do I call? What do I call the police? Do I call the council? How do I get rid of it? Massively outswamped by people saying, fuck are you talking about? What's it got to do with you? If you looked in your neighbour's garden and they had a shed you didn't like, do you think you get a say in what they do and don't do in their garden? No. You're looking over your garden, over the road, over into a field, way over hundreds of yards away into the field, and you want a say about what happens in that field. Furthermore, the guy's online, seems like a nice guy. Maybe you should go and fucking offer to help, rather than try and complain and get rid. And he was swamped. He was swamped like 10 messages in favour of him and 500 against him, something like that. It was massive. I didn't see it, but from what I'm told, he was massively out. He or she was massively out swamped. And I've had people from that block of apartments. I've had people come here and bring me food since then. I don't know if it's that person following the humanitarian advice that's been given, or if it's just other people in the same block. I don't know. But I've had people from that block, either owners, renters, holiday makers, I've had people come down here and oh, we're flying tomorrow. Here's the food we've got left. I've had lots of that. even this Christmas, in the run up to this Christmas, people from those apartments. Again, I don't know how I got here. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what the point was. I got here. Oh, tell us about the meal Anthony brought. Yeah, I think I did that. It was fantastic. It wasn't. We're not talking about an epicuneary. Is that the word? It wasn't like a chef's delight. It wasn't Heston Blumenthal. You know what I mean? It was solid. It was good, solid food. It was a meat and potatoes, Yorkshire pudding, and veg. You know, Christmas dinner like a Sunday roast plus. Very, very nice. And I thank Anthony for his efforts. Yeah. Happy New Year, says Fabrizio. And I will mirror those comments to everybody, to each and every one of you. Everybody, everyone, everywhere, I think is how Fabrizio puts it. I hope you had a very Merry Christmas. And I hope you continue to have a Merry Christmas because it's not over yet. There are another 8 or 9 days. I've lost count. I'm not sure where we are. But we're somewhere in there. But I hope you continue to have a very, very Merry Christmas. And I wish each and every one of you a happy, peaceful, healthy, and prosperous New Year. I do. I have no reason not to. There's a sarcastic saying that Christmas lasts till Easter. Here's one. Don't you hate people that pronounce Xmas as Xmas? I always just read it as Christmas. It's the old crisscross thing. It's a way of shortening a word. Now, I recently became aware some people do it who are not Christian or not fully on board. They do it just to avoid writing Christ or Christ. So they'll do a cross, the crisscross. But to me, it's just not an alliteration, but it's an abbreviation. You're writing Chris instead of you're writing across instead of Christmas, Christmas, crisscross. I don't know how far back that goes. There are pop groups and groups that have been in the charts that are crisscross. It's just a thing. It's Christmas lasts till Easter. In Britain, we have the tradition that you put down your Christmas tree and your decorations, but then a few decades ago, I'd say it's a recent thing. People thought it was too much hassle to put up a plastic Christmas tree, to decorate it, to take it down, and then some people start just putting the whole Christmas tree in the attic, and then next year just bringing it down. So you weakened that end of Christmas, put it down, fold it up, put it away. That tradition started to weaken probably in the 70s. Probably with the advent of Christmas trees. But most people took down their Christmas trees, undecorated them, took the tinsel off and the lights and all of that. But a significant proportion of people just put the Christmas tree away, still decorated. So they literally never took the tree down. They just put it away. And I guess over time, simplifying and easing, doing things the easy way, is going to win out overall, isn't it, in the end? And so old traditions of it's bad luck if your decorations are still up on 12th night, those traditions weaken because it's easier to leave them up but put them away. I don't know, folks. You look back to Victorian times, 1850 or thereabouts, and Charlie Dickens. Christmas was a single day. Bob Cratchit had to beg his employer to give him the day off. And even then, only on the promise that he arrives early the next day. That was the norm. Charles Dickens invented Christmas as we know it. by writing a book that caught on and became popular. It expanded the Christmas tradition. It expanded the Christian generosity, which frankly wasn't present, or wasn't as present. Yeah, when there's the kids, who will feed these unfortunate? Aren't there workhouses? Aren't there poorhouses? He made that point in his book, and in all, obviously, in all of the subsequent films, cartoons, theatre productions, everything else. He made that point that a significant proportion of people didn't have the Christmas spirit as we now know it. We only really know of the Christmas spirit because of him, because of Chuck Dickens, as I call him, young Chuck. Chuck Dickens. We now have King Chuck III, don't we, in the UK? King Chuck. I don't know how you got from Charles to Chuck, but I appreciate it. I do like it. Cheers to the Yanks for your contributions to the language, such as they are, positive and negative. But God love you. My beer is 3/4 here, and it's warm because it's been in my hand so long. I'm going to compare and contrast. I don't know whether this shows. Do you see the moisture on this one or not? It's actually wet through because it's cold, whereas this one's warm because it's been in my hand. But my next beer, not so... Christmas till February. Oh, up the hill and round the corner. 71. Abdul. Where are we going there? I got lots of possible connotations. I did use the word Abdul myself in a post today. I don't know whether it's YouTube or Twitter. But I was discussing The Invaders. A Quinn Martin production, starring Roy Thinnes as architect David Vincent. That's for YouTube's benefit, so that they don't think I'm being racist. If you could afford the fare. Where are we going, Thomas? I got to scroll back. There's a sarcastic saying Christmas lasts till Easter. If you could afford the fare. Put notices up private land, do not consent. I think that only works if it's your land. It's not my land. And I've said from the start, I don't intend to claim it. I've even, what's it called? Adverse possession. Where land is abandoned and someone starts using it as their own, if they do it for long enough and in public and in the open, they can make a claim and make it become their land. Adverse possession is a legal phenomenon. The society doesn't want land to remain unused. And so if there's a piece of kind of unused or abdicated or abandoned property within a town in particular, somebody can claim it. If they've been there using it, if they're there, they're in the open. They're not hiding the fact they're there. They're in the open, using the land or the property. If there's a building even, you use the building that's on there as if it's your own. You maintain it, you upkeep it as if you're the owner. And after 5, 10, 15, 20 years, different places have a different threshold. But yeah, if you're on land or in a building and you maintain it and treat it as if it's your own for a period of time, it is possible that it becomes yours. Even if there was a previous owner, but nobody can trace him, he never says anything, he doesn't do anything, he never gets involved, he just sits there, you can lose it. A guy lost £1 million house in London. It might have been 750,000. Through exactly that. A guy squatted in it for 20 years, maintained it, did the upkeep, repaired the roof, acted as though it was his house because, you know, when you're living in it, you need the roof to be solid. He maintained it. I think it was after 20 years, it became his. And like a week later, the guy who'd inherited it but never bothered with it suddenly realizes, oh, I've got a house. Not any fucking more, you don't, pal. You left it to rack and ruin for 20 odd years. What the fuck? No. Society wants property to be utilized. They want society to be gaining a benefit from it. Somebody to be paying the what Americans would call property taxes, what in the UK you would call rates, the rateable value, the tax based upon the rateable value of the house. Society wants the property to be functional, to be used, to be utilized. So adverse possession is a thing. Now, not my, just for anybody and everybody's, just for the benefit of the doubt, absolutely not my intention in being here. I am a man stuck, just trying to survive, trying to get by, and I found a corner of a field, not that I can call my own, but I found a corner of a field where I can put a tent up and have almost nobody bother me. Occasional kids throwing stones, the police quite heavily when they thought it was public land and they thought it was theirs to command. That was notable. But once it was established that fuck off, no it's not. Once El Jefe walked around this field for a few hours trying to call people and get me taken away by the land registry, by immigration, by this, that and the fucking whatever else he tried for 2 or 3 fucking hours. By the time he's finished, everything else kind of evaporated very shortly. They carried on. The Guardia Civil came a couple of days later saying that he'd sent them. But very short, from then on, I just say, hey, El Jefe was here, your boss. Your boss was here, he couldn't get rid of me. You're not going to fuck off, go. And that's kind of the way it's been ever since. So we had 2 visits this year in quick succession. There were new cops, new in the area, new to the service. They looked like they were fresh out of cop college. All shiny boots and pressed trousers and shiny uniforms in big posh new cars. It was like there's a whole new influx of cops, and when they started demanding that I not be here, and I asserted this is not camping, and they look, and I said, no, I'm not camping. Camping's something you do for a weekend or a week. Maybe 2 weeks if you've got a lot of time. I'm not camping. This is fucking survival. Sobrevivencia, I think is the word. I don't know if it's 1 word or 2. That translates as over living, which survival. Sur means over in French, and yeah, it's going to be from a similar root, isn't it? I don't know if it's from the French or whatever. But Sir and Sobre and Vivienza, yeah. It's over living, it's survival, carrying on living. And then when they demanded, how long have you been here? And they thought I was going to say 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, maybe a week. 3 years, mate. And then they look at each other. And then the penny drops. They're not the first cops that have been here in 3 years, and if the others didn't get rid of me. And then I tell them that their boss has been here. Their boss. Their boss's boss's boss. The guy with all the fucking scrambled egg. The guy with all the guy with all the gold embroidery. Epaulets and sleeves and gold braid on the cap. On the peak. That guy. That boss. The boss's 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 boss has been here. And he couldn't get rid of me after 3 or 4 hours of trying. Well, he wasn't here for 3 or 4 hours. The rest of his guys were. He arrived, and after they'd been here an hour and a half, he arrived. Was here a couple of hours. And then I just told him, fuck this, I'm going inside. And left them. And half an hour or 3/4 of an hour later, they shouted. They demanded my name by this point. They used my first name, my real first name. They shouted at me and said, right, we're off now. I think I just answered with kind of, all right. I wasn't thanking them or saying shit. I just, okay, mate, yeah, whatever. I've been sat inside for the last 3/4 of an hour. What do I care? You're off now. I don't, whatever. You've given up. You're not dragging me away. All your best efforts to move me on, imprison me, do whatever. Oh, under Spanish law, once you're inside your tent, it's like you're inside your house. You've got all the same protections and rules. This is why the guy that unplugged all the tent pegs and shook the tent. This is why when I told him I was going to smack him, he couldn't do anything about it. If you out of the blue just start saying you're going to smack a policeman, you're probably going to get arrested. Assault isn't a physical thing of making contact. Assault is making someone believe you're going to make contact. You threaten someone in a way that they believe you have the realistic capability of following through with. That's assault straight away. As soon as they believe you're going to, if you say, I'm going to smack you and raise your fist, that's assault. Battery is making contact. But most of these things are like public order offences. You have to be outside, in public. Inside your home, i.e. my tent, you're not in public. Public order offences don't apply. It's not actually just inside. It can be the immediate periphery, what's called the curtilage. Now, that's never fully defined in law. The curtilage is kind of semi-defined as the area immediately surrounding your property. Now, if you had a garden fence that was 3 or 4 meters from your front door, everything inside that would be curtilage, probably. If you don't have one, it's always arguable. Is it a meter? Is it 2 meters? Is it 5? Is it 10? It depends. It depends on what a normal person looking at the property would define. What would they think? So it's that, what was the man on the Clapham omnibus, we used to say in British law, like I'm a lawyer. In British law, the Clapham omnibus, the Clapham bus, the bus around London. What would the man on the bus think was the limit of your property, your area? If there's a fence and it's fairly close by, then everything within that close by. If your fence is like 200 meters that way, that's not all curtilage. It's kind of defined as a close area where the rights that you have inside your house extend. But in my situation, the 2 or 3 meters and all my property that I had here and that they stole that day would have all been in my curtilage. I'm fairly sure. I don't know whether Spain has the same definition. I don't know whether most jurisdictions based upon European law, French, British, those are the predominant places law came from within Europe. You go back to Roman and Latin and Greek, yeah, Hellenic, but that's 2,000 years ago. That modern law, the shit from within the last millennia, 1066 onwards, usually. But yeah, I'm gibbering. Christ from Christos, this is true. Put notice up, plan, do not consent. We celebrated Yule, yeah, okay, let's go through this. When Christianity was proselytizing, when it was pushing forward and trying to convert the rest of the world, they hijacked other ceremonies. So they took over lands, Romans and took over lands and inflicted? I don't want to use that word, that's probably too strong a word. Imparted their ways. But to make them more successful, they would say, oh, that celebration you have, you didn't know it, but that's because of Christ or because of this celebration, that celebration. And they appropriated things and integrated. So the two great celebrations in a year, well, there are three, I guess. Are there three? Could I make a fourth? I don't think I could. So, deepest, darkest midwinter. The winter solstice. The days are getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Oh, stand still. Solstice means sun still. Sun, no movement. Oh, days are getting longer. That point, that solstice, that period where days were getting shorter, and nights were getting longer, and then, oh, it stands still, and then it goes the other way. That turning point. Deepest, darkest midwinter was celebrated. That was Yule. That was celebrated in the Northern Hemisphere, obviously, in late December. Coincidentally, they inflict Christmas in deepest, darkest midwinter. Your next one is Easter. When the sap is rising, new birth, animals, the birds are all laying eggs, and it's all animal birth is happening all around you. Birth and pregnancy and fecundity. It's a lovely word. Fecundity. Fruitfulness, prospering, multiplication. It means all of those things. Fecundity. Probably, although we're not sure, where the word fuck comes from. There's a good chance it's related. Now, fecundity, Fecund, fecundity, fecundness, whatever you want to go with it. Fec. But look at Ireland and feck. I don't know. I can't say for sure that fuck and feck. But the fact is to do with being productive, being fruitful, being prosperous, giving birth. It's all of that. It seems to me that those things are related. Have I got movement inside the tent? I haven't primed the mouse traps for a few weeks. I think maybe at the far side. It usually ends up with some other explanation, like the wind. I'll hear something, think it's mice, and then a breeze will shake the tent, and I'll think, oh, it was just the early whispers of that. No, I don't know. But anyway, fecundity. Where was I? I was how Christianity hijacked existing festivals. So Easter was an obvious festival because rebirth, the chicks, the rabbits, well, all of the things that you see when someone. I can't comment on this too much because I've never sent in my adult life. I've never sent an Easter card, and I've only ever received about two. Because I am heathen scum, and people that are religious tend to um, anticipate this fact or detect this fact. There were a couple of old ladies who I taught to use computers back in the early 2000s, and they made me an Easter card and gave it to me and said Happy Easter, and it was like the only time in my adult life anyone had ever said Happy Easter. I didn't know what to do or say. I had no clue. Um, Something that happened in primary school, they made you make um, Easter cards. They told you could make them for whoever you want, but they strongly suggested parents. So you're coming home to your mum with some blue fucking stock paper, some thick paper folded in four, and a chick or a rabbit on the front saying "Happy Easter, Mum and Dad" or whatever. Um, I'd not thought about it since childhood, and suddenly I had these two little old ladies telling me Happy Easter. I had no fucking clue. I'd forgotten it was even a thing. I'd always appreciated it for the long weekend that it was. Um, but okay, going back to the point. Christianity hijacked exi- agrarian societies based around farming, and every society was based around building enough food to get by. Um, they all they're going to notice these turning points, these, oh, it's not freezing cold anymore, it's getting warm, and the plants are starting to, and the birds are starting to mate, and oh, the rabbits, and oh, there's more animals and food in abundance. You're going to notice that turning point. So agrarian societies had these things: deepest, darkest midwinter, the turning point from winter into spring, midsummer. Used to be a thing. It still is. Countries like Sweden and Norway celebrate midsummer. Um, 500 years ago, some guy called Bill that shook his spear a little bit, he still recognized and noticed midsummer, Midsummer Night's Eve. Um, we don't anymore in Britain. We've lost midsummer. Now, 3 months later, Harvest Festival would be the other one. And again, Christianity stuck its nose into that. So I don't know where Christianity is in midsummer. I don't know why they haven't got a festival. Now, you have these names like Michaelmas and Blummas and Dududmas. I don't even know what goes where. Uh, the church tried to interject itself in these things. I'm not saying that they didn't. It just didn't stick. Midsummer in Britain is gone. Not a thing. Not even a. I would have it as an un-Christmas. I would have an un-Christmas party. I think we should all have turkey and parsnips and carrots and we should do an un-Christmas. But any religious connotation in deepest, brightest midsummer is gone. Harvest Festival is kind of high, but again, you're hijacking an agrarian, a farming based celebration. Might be a word, but might not be. You're noting the passage of time. it is turned into a charitable thing. All the things that are gathered go to people that don't have food or that are struggling, or to the elderly, or to wherever. So I don't know whether that would have been the case before Christians got hold of Harvest Festival. The celebration of the goods received and the harvest taken in, and whether it's enough to get you through to January, February, March. I don't know to what extent that involved giving for the poor. I don't know. It's an interesting question. But did Christianity hijack already existent festivals? They certainly seem to tally, don't they? Christmas, Easter, Harvest Festival. I don't know about Midsummer. I don't know whether they... What did Christianity try to do with Midsummer? Anything? Is there a word? Did it just fail? Religion in deepest, darkest midwinter, when you're kind of hoping and praying to get through to the next year, till the next lot of plants start growing again. That makes sense. What are you praying about when it's plentiful, when all the fields are full, when you've got more food than you know what to do with? Have you got any use for God and Jesus and Christianity at that point? I'm not, maybe that's why it hasn't worked. Maybe that's why there isn't a... Am I missing something? Maybe there is a big... Yeah, I know Scandinavia, Midsummer became Sancthans. Oh, I don't know the name. In Torrevieja, we get the Norwegians and the Swedish dressing up and in their national costumes and kind of prancing about in Midsummer. And it is a really fancy dress. I mean, I don't just mean fancy dress as in put a big nose on and dress up as Spock or Dracula or something. They have their national costumes. Bonfire night. Okay. In Britain, celebrating bonfire night, that's throw another Catholic on the fire. That's religiosity gone wild. One type of religion tried to blow up the ruling class of another kind of religion. It went wrong, and so we threw the bad guys, we threw the failed religion, or the guys from the failed on a bonfire. And for 520 years, we have continued to celebrate. I think it's 520 years we continue to celebrate. Was it 1505 or 1605? It might be 420 years. I'm not exactly sure on the year. It is it's a number of hundred. It's either 420 or 520 years this year. But we basically celebrate that based on throw another baddie on the fire. It's not the most elegant tradition. And well, based on religion, it's not actually a religious... Jesus didn't say, throw the other fuckers on the fire. He didn't say, hey, my religion's going to bifurcate into two main forks. Many other smaller forks, but two main ones. Protestantism and Catholicism. And Jesus didn't say, yeah, you Protestants, you may throw Catholics on the fire every year. That's not one of his teachings. Not that I've ever read, anyway. Bifurcation, though, that's a good word. When something forks. Bifork. Split in two, bifurcate. Lovely word. Don't know who first thought of it, but I'm going to scroll back See what I've missed. Thousands of abandoned villages. Which would you choose? Abandoned villages what? In the UK? I don't think we've got any. Have we got any or many? Spain's got some. Spain and Italy have got villages that are dying. As all the young head off into cities, the home villages are left and with only the old folk. And as they die off, you've got villages that are you've got some that have died. You've got some entire villages with nobody in them. You've got some where they're approaching that, and the mayor of the village will say, "We'll pay you to come and live here. Come and take one of these houses that we're giving away for free, and we'll give you €5,000. And the only stipulation is you have to spend a minimum of so many euros to do the house up and live in it, and promise that you're going to live in it for like 20 years or something." But yeah, they're giving them away. You have to meet their criteria, which, as a tramp, I don't. You have to show them that you've got so many thousands to spend in the first 5 years. You have to give them a plan of what you're going to do with the property. You have to show that you're going to create jobs or wealth in some way. You're either going to farm the land, or you've got some kind of internet business. You've got to show them that you're going to introduce economy. And I don't qualify. I wish I did. I'd love to move into an actual fucking old building. I haven't got any, it's not like I can show that I've got any skills or anything in that department. In fact, I was never any good at any kind of DIY. I'm almost the inverse of what they would be looking for. They should be looking for someone who's a handyman, someone who's got a drill and a chisel and hammers, and someone who knows what to do with a bandsaw and I don't even know the fucking words for half of these things. It's not me. It's not me. My wife wouldn't let me near a screwdriver. She literally wouldn't let me near a unless it was inside a computer case, in which case I was a fucking wizard. But in the house, put that screwdriver. No, you're not touching that light. No, you're not touching a light socket. Fuck it. No, put that fucking screwdriver away. Paint roller. Fuck. Just no. I did paint some rooms to mixed success. I don't think anything was bad. Some things were just not great. Yeah, no. I'm scrolling back the right way. Bonfire Night was Tommy Tombstone. The Gunpowder Plot, November the 5th, 60, so it's 420 years, not 520. Thank you for the clarification. I knew it was, I said it was a number and 20. Whether it was 400 or 500, 1605. It was during that tempestuous period where Charles I had his head lopped off by one group, and Charles II had come after Cromwell, and then Charles II came back. So you had that switching between. Well, Cromwell wasn't even religious, was he? Hold on. Was he an atheist? Or was he a real adherent to a specific religion and nobody wanted to go that way? In my head, he's anti-religion. He was not just a devout atheist, but a radical, no mince pies, no this, no that. Isn't he the reason that the pubs became, like, the names changed? So one day the pub might have been called the Whore's Bed, and everyone knew that that's where you went to get laid. The Whore's Bed became the Boar's Head. Is that apocryphal, or is that the reason? Is that because of him? There's a definite connection. It's a spoonerism. Boar's Head and Whore's Bed. It's a definite. They didn't just happen to call something like a pig's head. It's got nothing to do with pigs and heads. It's the horse bed became the boar's head. It's a spoonerism. I don't know if it was because of uh, because of him. I can't remember his name now. I've said it, but him and then his son, the English Civil War, all the shit that went on in that time. Oliver Cromwell, Oliver's army. I don't know, folks. I don't know. Gunpowder plot blew up. Well, the plot blew up on the evening of the 4th into the 5th. Hence, we have a thing in the UK called Mischief Night. The night before November the 5th, the night before Bonfire Night, all the children, in the 60s and 70s, it disappeared somewhere in the 80s or 90s, I think. Children used to run around and be a nuisance. They used to run around and be deliberate. See, we didn't have trick or treat, which the Americans interjected into Halloween. We didn't have that. We already had kids misbehaving, and it was November the 4th, the night thereof, the night of gunpowder, treason, and plot. So kids would knock on doors and run away. They would set something alight on the doorstep, knock and run away, dog shit or something, so that when you stamped on the bag to put the flame out, haha, they're stepping in dog shit. We throwing eggs would have been a more radical. I don't remember that until trick or treat became a thing later. Throwing eggs wasn't a thing. The Americans do the toilet papering thing, throwing bog roll over trees and into gardens, and that was never really a British thing. Possibly learnt later on from TV, but never caught on in a serious way because it's far too American. But yeah, Mischievous Night. That's disappeared. We've lost, as far as I can tell, we've lost Mischievous Night. But that's what that was about. That was the night of the plot, and the day after, so it would have happened, it would have been in the morning of the 5th that it blew up, during the opening of Parliament when the King and all of government were there. But then later that day, they caught them and hung, drew, quartered, and I don't know whether they actually burnt them at the time. Hanging is, I mean, you hang till you're dead. To be drawn, dragged by a horse through the streets. To be quartered is to be cut in four. It was once upon a time, it was done by trees. You were tied to limbs and they split apart. Later, it was just four horses. One horse tied to this arm, another to that, another to that. And the horses were, giddy up, whoa, go, go, go. And your body would split in four. Hung, drawn, and quartered. Yeah. Not great. There's also tales that you were eviscerated. You were cut from the gut and your entrails came out. Whether that was part of drawing or quartering, I don't quite know. You would have been dead though. In most versions of this, you would have already been dead from the hanging. But some tales of this will put them in a different order. Hung, drawn, and quartered is just the way the words hang better to some people, and you might have been eviscerated while still alive as part of being before being hung or whatever. It's not my topic. Gunplay, okay, folks. Did I bore you all? Has chat frozen it, or are you just all enthralled by my talking? Where is everybody? There's 10 of you here. 22 likes is good, but I'm sure some of you that are here now haven't hit the like button. People cycle in and out on these longer ones, these longer streams. I'll tell you now my plans for New Year's Eve, if I may, if anybody's interested, if anybody wants to know. On New Year's Eve, it is my plan to see in New Year here in Spain, there in the UK, as I did Christmas Eve. I saw in Christmas into Spain and into the UK, but I didn't hang on long enough to see Christmas into the US. I would have needed another, is it 4 or 5 hours? I think. My plan, if you're with me, folks, my plan is to see in New Year into Spain, into the UK, and to keep going through the gap and to see in New Year at least into the east coast of the US. The US eastern, so New York, probably Florida, is it? I think that's the same time zone. See it in all down the eastern coast and obviously upwards into Canada as well. That's my plan. If I can keep going even longer, I may. A lot will depend on whether I manage a decent night's sleep the night before. I'm not tired really. That's psychosomatic because I'm talking about trying to do something over a longer period. But it is definitely my plan to try and see in New Year into Spain, Central European time, UK, Greenwich Mean Time, and into US Eastern Time. I'll need to keep going for 6 or 7 hours by my calculations. Depending what time I start, whether I start 10, 10:30 or 11. But it would be nice if you could join me and help support me in my endeavour to do so. Now what I may do, I've been saying this thing, no donations this Christmas or New Year. How's about a fundraiser? Not for me, for the world. Can we pick a charity or two and raise money for a good cause here and there? Maybe a homeless charity or two. Spain, UK, and America? Canada? Maybe both? Can we come up with 3 or 4 charities that we could raise money for and try and make, it's only going to be at best, at my wildest estimations would be, what, €200 or £200, $200. Pounds, euros, dollars, they're all the same. There's not a lot of difference nowadays. But maybe I could put some effort in and raise a couple of £100, couple of €100, couple of $100 for homeless charities in 3 or 4 places. Maybe. I'd like to try. It'd be nice to put something back. I have, and I will donate myself because, as I've said, I'm doing all right this year. So I'm not just asking it from you, oblivious to the fact that I've already taken from you. I am so grateful for everything that you've all done for me this year. But I am in a position now, I think, where I have a little bit spare and could donate to others. But if I could also ask you guys if you've got enough, only I'm aware that some of you guys are in almost as deep a predicament as me. But if some of you have €1 or 3, £1 or 3, $1 or 3 that you could donate. Oh fuck. I wasn't tired until 10 minutes ago. But maybe it's a thing we could do, folks. What do you think? Am I dreaming? Am I only dreaming? Can't remember the words. I'll go and look up some words. What do you think, though? Now, I will need help to keep going for 6, 7, 8 hours. I would need an active chat. You got to come in with questions, with facts, with figures. Maybe we'll have a topic. Maybe we can look up New Year. Who decided New Year is when it's New Year? Who decided that? Maybe we can have a few facts and figures, a quiz or something. We're going to go with a quiz and see who can answer the quickest. Maybe we could have a quiz of 2025. I know nothing. I have not been in touch with the news with pop culture, with anything that's been happening this last year. Maybe I just copy a quiz from somewhere and rip them off, and we have our own version. I don't know, but I'm thinking I'd like to do something. Certainly, I'm going to be here New Year's Eve. I'll get myself some food ready. I'll have something. Where'd you go, you little bugger? You're behind me. I just watched a fly down and go somewhere behind me. Bugger better stay away. Yeah, I don't know, folks. My idea is that maybe we could. Okay, quiet. Chat's gone really quiet. If you're going to be this quiet, then I'm going to give it another quarter of an hour, and then I'm probably going to call it quits, folks, on the 3-hour mark in 13 minutes or so. Yeah? Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. We are in that kind of middle ground between Christmas and New Year. Some people think Christmas is over. Some are just waiting for New Year to happen. I'm still in Christmas mode, and I haven't used my lights much, my Christmas tree lights. I feel like I've let Christmas. I've been struggling to manage power yesterday. Said that today was going to be dark and stormy and rainy, all like each individual hour, 60, 70, 80% chance of rain. Do you know how much rain we've had today? Fucking 0. And I'm pissed off to fuck. I've been holding last night. So yesterday afternoon, I got the tablet and the phone fully charged as the sun dropped from the solar panel. The solar panel was, as near as 100 as I could get it. I'd run the freezer for 3 or 4 hours to get it down to like -10, so that over the day it would rise and be 1 or 2 or 3 degrees. It'd still be fridge temperature. I've hoarded and managed power all last night. Today I woke up. The EcoFlow was on 86%. 86 overnight. Because nothing had needed it. And it's been sunny all fucking day. By 11:30, I had the fridge freezer plugged in again and running because the EcoFlow was already on 100%. I was on full fucking survival mode. How are we going to get through the next Sunday and Monday? Were both meant to be totally obscure, totally dark, rain all day, each and every hour of every day. No. As we got through today, the rain forecast, it was forecast to rain in the next hour, the one after. And as we went through the day, it just kept backing off and backing off and backing off. And by mid-afternoon, it started backing off from tomorrow. Tomorrow went from being all dark and rainy to being, sun and cloud. It's a mixture of sun and cloud each and every hour. I was all geared up. I was all geared up for 48 hours with no solar power. I don't know. Tempting fate again with the rain. You'll get downpours now. It's an interesting theory. It does happen sometimes that you tempt fate and it goes the other way. Here I'm quite confident in saying if the weather forecasts say no rain, it's usually no rain. It's when they say rain all day, that's when it's like, really? True or false? True or false? I don't know. This is why I enjoy watching some live streams from some other guys in other places. Take me out of myself. Take me away from Torrevieja and Spain. Guys, this will appeal maybe to the gentlemen more than the ladies. There's a bloke I follow online called Mr. Egg. Mr. Egg Thailand. All one word, no spaces. At Mr. Egg Thailand. So youtube.com/ at Mr. Egg Thailand will get you his streams. He runs a go-go bar in a place in Thailand. Now a go-go bar is a little bit of a, how do you describe some? If you don't know, you don't know. But it's a go-go bar. It's a bar with scantily clad ladies. Now some of these places will be brothels outright, and some are more informal. If the ladies choose to make independent deals elsewhere, it might have nothing to do with management. I'm not sure which, the place I'm talking about with Mr. Egg, it's a go-go bar. It's got scantily clad ladies dancing, but it's got alcohol and food and music and stuff. I don't know whether he manages the girls in that way or whether they are available independently, or maybe it's just not allowed at all. I've got no knowledge of such things. Now, for some reason, I started watching him. I think I started watching him because he follows me. In the YouTube app, you can get a list of people that follow you, and you can rank them in various ways. The people who've followed you the longest, the newest subscribers, the subscribers with the most subscribers of their own, people with their own channels. And I think he was in like the top 5 of my top 5 followers in terms of most subscribers, I think. So I gave him a look. But it's not that. That's how I found him. But I like it. He just go for a walk in the afternoon. He just go for a walk around town. He'll walk around a couple of blocks, and he's just talking about his life and how he's from Britain, from I think Birmingham, Midlands anyway. And he just goes for a walk and says, "Oh, I've only got 2 hours. I've got to be back at the bar, but let's have a walk this way. Oh, maybe we'll go that way." And he wanders off, but he has to be back in time for opening time. And he runs a bar in the place. I think at the southern end of Thailand, near the Cambodian border. I can't remember the name of the town, but it just. Hearing someone else's life, he does similar to me. He just waffles on about his predicament, his life, the pros. He's obviously got things better than me. He's not on his uppers like I am, but he talks about the things he's got going on, the things he has to sort out, managing the bar, the girls, the music, and he just talks about his life. And me hearing somebody else talk through their life, it works for me. It's calming, and I guess the time difference as well. I can finish this stream right at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, and he might just be starting his, and it'll be early afternoon where he is. It's kind of complimentary for me. I get to do me and my, talk about me and my life and my troubles and my predicaments, and then listen to somebody else's life. Mr. So MR for Mr. MR. Egg. He's got a bald head, okay, so he gets called Eggy. Mr. Egg. MREGG. And then Thailand. THAILAND. Mr. Egg Thailand. Put that youtube.com/@Mr. Egg Thailand. That'll take you right to him. Rum Run, or you could search YouTube for Rum Runner, RUM, the drink, Rum Runner. That's the name of his bar in Thailand. Maybe we'll get to meet up one day. I don't particularly have any ambition for Thailand or the Far East. Not particularly. Maybe he could end up here one day, come this way, or maybe we meet up in Britain if we both happen to be in Britain at the same time. I'd like to meet him. He said something the other day about maybe we'll meet up one day. I've got no interest in like the sex tourism thing, the going abroad. I've got, that's not never paid for it, never. Well, I was married, so I guess you do. No. Change topic. Watch out, snow soon in Spain. Yeah, this, what they call this thing that's happening in the Arctic. The weakening of the Arctic vacuum, the Arctic, whatever that word is. So this thing normally is low pressure, and that keeps the jet stream high up around the Arctic. And this year they've had an influx of warm air. It's weakened this. Vacuum's not the word they're using, but I can't remember what word they are using. And so the jet stream is wandering right down south. And it's probably going to go like that, like a sine wave. Down over America, right down as far as like Texas and New Mexico and whatever. It's going to go right down there. It's going to come up. It's going to be high over the Atlantic, but then it's going to come back down over the UK and Europe. That's how a sine wave kind of works, isn't it? That whole uppy downy kind of thing. It's going to do that around the globe. But Spain is on the, we're on that bottom end of what could get dragged. So when the jet stream comes this far down, we get the Arctic blast, we get the Arctic air. We had it a few years ago where Texas got, people were freezing to death in Texas. People were so cold and so unprepared for cold because it never gets cold in Texas. Oh, you fucker. Where are you? I see you. You've gone away. Still on the other end of the tent, but I could see it. Texas never gets cold, so they were totally unprepared, and then it got cold. And some people made stupid mistakes, unfortunately. You're cold in the house and you've got no blankets, you've got no way of staying warm during a power cut. Let's get into the car and turn the heater on. Yeah, but to do that you've got to turn the engine on. And the car's in the garage. Yeah. Whole family climbs into the car, or van, or pickup truck, whatever you got, and they turn the engine on. And this whole generation, these 30-odd-year-olds with kids, have never been told about carbon monoxide and how you don't run the car engine inside the garage. They didn't want to open the garage door because, well, it's cold outside. Yeah. Family of 4 or family of 5 wake up dead the next morning. Arctic inversion, I think they're calling it, aren't they? But yeah, the area of low pressure that normally sucks and keeps that jet stream high has been weakened. When the vacuum's weakened, the jet stream wanders further south and brings the Arctic air with it, and so it's going to get cold. Canada, America, and big chunks of Europe. Vortex, there you go. That's the fucking thank you, Steve. Yeah, you see, I was going with Hoover and vacuum, and yeah, vortex is a good word. Yeah, most of southern Spain. Thunder and lightning, it's all the rain's been here, says Tommy Tombstone. Thunder and lightning too. We had lightning in the morning. I went out to empty the piss pot. My pop bottle got full, and out to sea, out to the east, it was the lightning was away, but we didn't get it. We maybe had a couple of rumbles of thunder at one point. Tina's ears pricked up and she got a little bit. It's possible it could have been a big lorry on the road, though. It's not always. When it's really close, obviously it lights up the entire tent at night. But when it's out to sea or near, or when we're inside in the day, you're not going to see lightning. So thunder or thunder sounding things can be close by sometimes and you don't even know. Scrolling back just to check I haven't missed anything. I am on what do they call it here? No, I'm not. I'm on Top Chat. I'm meant to be on Live Chat, you fucker. How did we get there? Guys, the chat, by default, you'll be in something called Top Chat. You will miss about 20% of posts. Anything with swear words and anything that just that YouTube just deems provocative, it can just disappear. There was Tommy Tombstone talking about solstices and equinoxes. Those are my 4 touch points for the agricultural year. Yeah. Thousands of abandoned villages, which would you choose? I don't know whether he's talking about the UK or Europe as a whole, or specific regions. We celebrated Yule, got Yule, as long as anyone can remember, way longer than people can remember, way longer than anyone alive. Yeah, somewhere towards 2,000 years, whether it's 13, 15, 17, 1800 years. Yeah, but it's still got, what? I was going to say agglomerated. I don't think that's even a word. Inducted. It got drawn into the Christian traditions. So decorating trees was obviously a pagan thing. There's nothing to do with Jesus that's got anything to do with trees, except when he got strung up on some wooden boards. Even Jesus's birth date is made up. There's no evidence that he was born in mid or late December. It's got nothing to do with nothing. This fucking fly. In fact, this was a Roman tradition. When they took over a new land, they would adopt the gods of that land, assuming multiple gods. They would say, "Oh, that god that you call, I don't know, Fred. We've got the same god, but we call him such and such." And they would incorporate. That's a better word than I was going with before. They would incorporate the gods of the land they're taking over into their own. They would say, that god that you're calling XYZ, we've already got, and that's ABC. But it's the same god, it's just a different name. Why don't you just call him by our name? Because we're your boss now. And in such a manner, Christianity overtook pagan religions. Not that pagan ever meant anything. A pagan here and a pagan there and a pagan there are very, very different. It's just a word that meant not Christian. It's a slur, almost. Yeah, pagan here. It wasn't that pagans was like a unified thing. You got this bunch here that are not Christian, that bunch are not, that bunch. We'll call them all pagans because they're not Christian. Didn't have now each group had their own ways, don't get me wrong, but their ways and their ways and their way would be different. They might have underlying similarities. It's nature. It's all built around the agrarian traditions, the harvest and the planting and the midsummer and midwinter. Those are your 4 touch points in any agrarian society. In the northern hemisphere or the southern. I'm scrolling back just to see what I've missed going back. I think I've caught it all. I think I'm more or less there. I'm going to go back to Vortex and work forward from Soul Mining and his Vortex. Mark, I'm back out in Spain, 3rd of January, to do some drawing on the beach. Guys, check out Marquise Womble. Mark is a Womble, just as he spells it here. He's got his YouTube channel. He's also on Twitter and probably... What's the other one? The 30-second one. I don't remember the names of all these fucking social places nowadays. This is my friend Mark. He comes and visits me and brings me little bits and pieces from time to time. He's an entertaining little character. I've been drawing up big... Hold on. I saw you in Torquay the other day, didn't I? Where are we? It's jumped backwards, and I scrolled even further backwards rather than forwards. No, gone wrong again. I've been drawing up Bigbury on Sea, Burr Island, where Agatha Christie wrote her book. She wrote lots. Oh, Then There Were None. Oh, that's the Look Who's Coming to Dinner kind of thing, yeah? 10 Little Indians. Its name was changed from, can't say it now, 10 Little... It's put asterisks. Have you put the right number of asterisks? Is it the N-word? It can't be the N-word. Oh, it can't be. Pagani, country folk, maybe. Heathen. Yeah, it's that. It's that whole, you're not one of us. Those guys over there that are different. Which is the American Indian tribe that aren't called. They were never called what we call them. I think it's Apache. The Apaches never called themselves Apache. It's the word of another tribe that means enemy. So Apaches never name themselves. They don't have a name. I think it's Apache. Someone correct me if I've got the wrong tribe. But they never called themselves Apache. Other tribes called them enemy. An enemy in their language was Apache. So it's a lot like Greece. Greece. Greece is Latin for the Greys. It's those boring people over there that we're not bothered about. Those grey people, they're not interesting. Greece and Greece, people from there call themselves Hellenic, which somehow got lost in the mist of time. I mean, it's known now because people have realised it. But the reason that Greece is called Greece is because the Romans just called them the Greys. Not the little aliens, not the Asgard out of Stargate. Thor, little guy, grey. Jack O'Neill, superstar. When he was younger, he was a MacGyver. We have a cemetery in Plimpton, Dissenters Cemetery for non-believers. Dissenters Cemetery, that's interesting. What was the grave I was talking about once that got me banned from Twitter? Can I even say it? We have a grave in a village just outside Morecambe and Lancaster. Is it in Overton or is it in one of the other villages nearby? And the grave is of a bloke called Sambo. But you can't write that on Twitter. You join in a thread about Sambo and say, "Oh yeah, no, we've got his grave. Sambo was real. His grave is in Overton or one of those places off from Morecambe and Heysham." Yeah, I got banned. Some words, folks, some words you just can't say. Yes, it was the N. Okay, it's the N word. I say the N word. Did I say it earlier this stream? I talked about how I've said it before, and I said the other words, fag and faggot. Did I say nigger as well? I don't think I did, but now I have. I will not have my speech be policed. Police it to high hell if I call somebody it, if I'm being offensive with it. It's a word, guys, it's a word. Say the word. It loses its value. It loses its meaning the more you say it. And I don't even say it in the aggressive manner that a lot of black people in America do when they're calling each other it. Hey, that went and he, oh, look up that. I'm not doing that. Here's one I object to. A rap song has the word in, and a rap singer calls up members of the audience and they get up on stage. And three of them say the word. And they're black. And the fourth one says the word. He's white. He gets thrown out the fucking stadium. What did he do different to the other guys? He sang the lyrics of a song. Black people can say it, white people can't, even when they're on stage, invited up by the singer of the song. Get the fuck. That's a policing of speech up with which I will not put, as my friend Winston once said. Apache Indians and Greece, fascinating. I know, the conversation wanders all over the place with me, mate. I can teach you all sorts of interesting bullshit, half of which will turn out to be wrong. It might not have been Apache. It could have been, can I even name another fucking group? Who were the code talkers? Navajo, the Navajo code talkers in World War II. I don't think it was Navajo. They might have been the ones that called the other ones Apache. Do we know about the Navajo code talkers? Tell me if you don't know and you want to know. I can tell you about them. I can tell you about them. So you want a code that Germans are going to have no chance of deciphering. You don't want it to be mathematical. You don't want it to be simple letter switching or whatever we do. You're communicating by radio. And so you put a Navajo Indian out with one in every battalion or I don't know what size unit, but you put them out there. One in a division or one in a battalion, one in a... Do we know our military? Do we know our... Probably not. I probably don't either. But these things get bigger. As you go up from battalions, regiments, divisions... No, I've missed one. I've missed one there, haven't I? I know I've missed one. I can't think what it is. Anyway, you got all these different sized, each one's made up of multiple of the others underneath, and you get up to divisions and things which are quite large. Anyway, you put a Navajo in every so many of these things, and you have a Navajo back at base, and they talk. Even within their language, they're talking in code, but how many Germans are going to know Navajo? Zero. So they were able to talk in plain over radio without being deciphered or understood. But they didn't even speak in plain. They spoke with code words even within themselves. And how did I get here? Apache Indian. Okay, Apaches. Yeah. I think it's Apache, which they never call. There's a tribe of Indians that never had a word for themselves, and have become known just by another tribe's name for enemy, and I think it's the Apache. So yeah, Apache Indians in Greece, fascinating. I know all sorts of shit. I don't know where I know half of it from, but it's a thing. Guys, am I right in saying that I've been nursing this beer since the beginning? Am I 3 hours in on this one beer, or is this my second? Maybe I've thrown one can away? I don't remember doing it. Is there anybody here that's been here from the start? Does anybody know? I think this is my first can. Willing to be proven wrong. I don't need this one. No. Again, I miscounted, and I've got a can more here. And this was the one that I offered up earlier that was covered in moisture. It still is. I don't know whether it really doesn't show up. Not on my screen anyway. Maybe you can see it. Can you see there? I don't think you can. If you tell me the Mohicans weren't called Mohicans because of their hairstyle, you'll totally destroy my faith in the Indian culture. Oh, the last of the Mohicans. Now there's a big argument. What's he called? The guy with the white hair, looks like Einstein. King a Knight in the court. What was that? What's that book called? Not a Kentucky Knight, a Kentucky such and such in the court of King Arthur. Oh, come on, what's he called? He was in. They used him a lot in Star Trek Next Generation. One of you will know. He had a big argument with the author of Last of the Mohicans He claims that the guy knew nothing about being out in the wild. Mark Twain. Fuck. I don't know why I didn't know it quicker. Mark Twain, not even his real name, Samuel Clements, yeah? Clements or Clements? Anyway, he says that the guy that wrote Last of the Mohicans knows nothing about the wilderness. They were contemporaries. We're in the same period, 1860s, 70s, 80s. I'm not sure which side of the Civil War. American Civil War was 1865 it ended, I think. Yeah, because the battery, the cell is an 18650. That's got nothing. That's got nothing to do with the story. I can't remember the name of the bloke who wrote Last of the Mohicans. I got no idea whether the tribe is real, Mohicans, and whether the Mohawk. How do you get from Mohawk to Mohican as the plural? And then you pluralize the plural with an S, with Mohicans. I don't think it's legitimate. I don't think it's true. I don't think that Mohawk becomes Mohican. That would be pluralized already. So Mohicans, you're pluralizing a plural. It's like saying sheeps or chickenses. It's kind of nonsense. But if you tell me Mohicans weren't called Mohicans because of the hairstyle, I think they did have the hairstyle. I think they're a real tribe. I think the hairstyle's real. I just think that Samuel Clements would dispute greatly whether the guy who wrote it knew what he was talking about. And I can't remember. I do know the name of the guy that wrote it, but it's not coming to mind. It's not coming to mind. No, you can keep your faith in the you see, even the word Indian culture. Let's go on a tale here. American football, Washington Redskins. I think they've dropped the Redskins, haven't they? Because they think it might be culturally inappropriate. And yet, they had red skin. The whole idea of not calling them Indians, but calling them Native Americans is seen as appropriate by left-leaning, what's the word? See, I don't want to be too negative, but I want to describe the people I'm talking about. See, if I said Democrats, then I'm putting politics on it, and I don't really mean to. But people that are trying to be politically correct don't want to call them Indians, want to call them Native American. And yet to an actual tribesman, to a person of those backgrounds, there's nothing more offensive than being called American, whether native or fucking not. They fought wars over centuries to not be, they had their land stolen. We'd argue about the whole, was it smallpox that was introduced? No, it was measles. Was it measles that killed most of them? Now that would be accidental. That would be actually, yeah, it's accidental. But they don't see themselves in any way American, native or fucking otherwise. As far as I understand, the majority of them would rather just be called Indian. meaning indigenous person, indigenous one, which is kind of where Indian comes from. Indigent, not indigent, uh, indigenous. I'm the indigent. That's a different thing entirely. But that whole culture clash of trying to be polite and come up with some other word and ending up imposing something more offensive on the people that you're trying not to offend. That's a clever reversal. Is it clever? It's probably accidental. I don't mean to impute um, deliberate action on people in causing offence. In trying not to be offensive, they do something that ends up being more offensive to the people they're trying to kind of defend or not offend. That's interesting. You don't want to call them Indian, so you come up with a term. Now, did you come up with a term and then they decided it was offensive, or was it offensive from the start? We're not Native American. We're not American. America is a white man construction. And we predate it and we're not part of it. I don't know, folks. Now you've gone quiet on me and I'm losing you. We are going to end. Should we end on 3:30 in 4 minutes, 3.5 minutes? My preference would always be to hold out until 4 hours. But only because the what do we got? YouTube processing of the chat, synchronizing chat replay. They will take about 15 hours if we end before 4 hours, or they will take 15 minutes plus or minus if we get to 4 hours. So having seen that I'm this late on, I would probably wait for. I had to drop the Chiefs headdress from the Exeter Chiefs Rugby Club motif. Yeah, all of that. Yeah. I think it's a false political correctness. Why drop it? Who are you offending by? It's the white middle class women mainly that are getting offended on other people's behalf. So-called Karens, which I don't like to use the word because some of my best friends are called Karen. But the Karens, the indignant white middle class women who think you shouldn't say things because it might offend someone else. And it turns out it doesn't offend them. I watched an argument the other day online between it was a person someone telling a black person they should be offended by a word. And he was like, I'm not bothered. That doesn't bother me. I'm not bothered. That's rubbish. No. And the other person's all up in arms and protesting that this black fella should be offended by said word or phraseology, or I don't even remember what word it was, but the point was you got a white person telling a black person that he should be offended by a word, and you got the black person saying, don't fucking bother me or anyone I know. Please don't be offended on my behalf. Shut the fuck up and go away, kind of. He didn't quite say it in that manner, but I met an Indian with his headgear in a bar in Williams, and the American bloke said, don't talk to him, but I carried on. Yeah. I met an Arab in a bar, and he was in the full fucking was the bright white. It wasn't like the Palestinian tablecloth pot towel. It was the bright white shake kind of thing. Now they're not that supposedly they don't drink, but this one did. You know, I stood next to him at the bar and had a chat for 5 or 10 minutes, just chewing the cud like I would with anybody. Not afraid to offend, just say it how it is. I told him how surprised I was that he was there. I've had the same discussion with Pakistanis in Birmingham bars. See, after they've been here a generation or two, some of them do adapt and mix and turn their back on those supposed rules. And so I said to the Pakistani bloke in Birmingham, "Oh wow, that's the first time I've ever met like one of your lot in a bar." One of your lot? Yeah, you know, an Abdul. And we got on great. We only spoke for, like I said, maybe 15 minutes in total. But I saw a bloke breaking their rules, and I said, "Oh, I'm surprised to see you here. You're breaking your rules." And he said, "Yeah, you know, I've turned my back on that. I'm not like that. I'm not one of them." I get on with almost anyone anywhere. If you're blunt to the point, you see something that's not usual, and you say, "Hey, that's not usual." People don't generally take offense. They can meet you halfway. They can, "Oh yeah, no, I can understand that you don't see this too often, but yeah, no, there's a few of us around, and yeah, we're former Muslims or apostate or whatever the word is that they use for people who've turned their back on religion." And yeah, no, I don't. Some of them are still Muslim, but not strict. In the same way, some Jews will have a bacon butty, including that guy that wanted to be leader of the Labour Party a few years ago. What was he called? There's two brothers. He wasn't even the best one of the two brothers to try and become the leader, but I don't remember his name. Had a funny, when he eat the bacon butty, you could tell it was probably his first time having a bacon sandwich, but you always learn something on this channel. Yeah, maybe not always. Okay, yeah, that's the most recent. Keith, Sign of Nature, about the Indian in the bar. Oh, getting a crick in my neck, folks. I do want to keep going until 4 hours if I can. If you haven't already, I'd appreciate hitting the thumbs. But I'd appreciate even more if you join in the comments, not comments, in chat. Keep my terminology straight. Comments and chat are different on YouTube. Comments are after a stream ends or after a video uploads. Live chat is where we're at here. I'm getting a crick in my neck. I could do. Oh, that's different. I think I'm going to put this down. I think just holding the beer continuously is not good. Is this the end of my brandy or is this the beginning of my whiskey? I got both my brandy and my whiskey here. My brandy's coming to an end and the whiskey I only just opened a little while ago. This, I'm not sure what this even is. brandy. Oh, with a burn. Oh yeah. You gotta breathe in. Have the air pass over the brandy and bring the burn to the back of the throat. Oh yeah. Now I've told the tale before about when I was on honeymoon. Small little brandy glass. It was a small one, but it was a brandy glass shaped glass. So it was sat in the palm of my hand. Breathe into it. Oh, I'm enjoying the vapors. You got to breathe in the vapors. You get the burn at the back of the nose and the back of the throat. And I went to tip it to my mouth. I breathed in. I went to breathe. Breathe out to warm it. You warm it with your hand and you warm it with your breath. And you breathe in. I did that. And I got too close to the brandy glass. And as I breathed out and then in, I snorted the fucking brandy right down the back of my... Oh my God. Do not inhale brandy ever. My nasal cavities and sinuses were on fire for about 2 hours. I mistimed the breathing out, the breathing in, and the tilt in the... I snorted brandy. I'm one of only 3 people alive, I think, that have ever snorted brandy. And I'm laughing now, but I didn't fucking laugh that night. I'm on honeymoon, and I almost incapacitated myself for the conjugals. Mark's off to bed. Good night, Mark. Mark's not offended being called a Brit and doesn't think Aussies are Australians mind being called Aussies. No, they thrive on being called Aussies. Call someone what they are. I'm not sure calling a Palestinian a raghead would... I'm not sure. I mean, Yasser Arafat always had he did always have a dishcloth on his head though, didn't he? A tea towel. Most people don't mind being called what they are. Where you get a little bit close to the line, it's usually taken as some kind of friendly joshing. Like the English and the Scots, we call them jocks. Americans have a different interpretation. To an American, the word jock means a sportsman, someone who wears a jock strap. Football players, primarily, I guess, but anyone who's doing something athletic where your balls might jangle about, they wear a jock strap, therefore they're a jock. In England, we call Scotsman jock because John, Jack, and jock are all synonyms for the same name. And John, once upon a time, was a very, very common... John, Jack, and Jock were very common names. Back when people were more traditional about naming. I probably won't say any more on that, because to say more would take me into territory that would probably get me branded as racist. But yeah, there was no Mohammeds when I was at school. Not a single fucking one. Everyone was called John, James, Eric. Maybe there was a Derek, I'm not sure. Stephen, Michael. There weren't many... No, I almost gave my own name away there. I'm not going to do that. There weren't many of us. But there were a few, but not many. In fact, I was at school with someone in the same year with the exact same name. Caused confusion at one point because he needed a tetanus boost. Not a tetanus. Was it tetanus? No, TB. He needed a TB booster. You know, you get the initial injection and whether it comes up in a lump or not tells you whether you need the booster. He needed the booster. And so they sent for him to have the booster. And I got called and given the booster that he should have had. It's a big kerfuffle at the time. Getting something so, but there was basically two of us in high school in the same year with the same name. I'm not sure, but we might even have had the same date of birth. So you can imagine you pull someone out who's called AB or DM in our case. And this is where the Delta Mike comes from, folks. My initials are DM. It's NATO phonetic alphabet. D Delta M Mike. But my first name is D. And some of these other kids. And okay, pull the kid. Okay, go get DM. Okay, yeah, no, we want DM in that year. He's got to be from the third year or second year or whatever the fuck it was. I think it might have been the first year. Okay, yeah, we want. Okay, we got a guy with that name. Check the date, but yeah, same date. Okay, that's the one. And no, it's not. They come back afterwards and say, "Oh, whoops, you shouldn't have got that. Won't do you any harm, but he was supposed to get that because his body didn't react the right way." Yeah. There was Mark saying goodnight. Off you go, mate. 2:30, yeah? That's the dentist's favourite time. Yeah. Rain possible tomorrow morning. 2325 was received. That was Sarah, yeah. Bad girl, Sarah. Hey, I don't know if you're still out there, Sarah. It wasn't a... I have got a pinned comment saying no donations this Christmas or New Year. And I did get a donation. I'm not angry or anything, but it's... I'd said a while back that I'm okay, I didn't need it. But I'm thinking of doing a New Year's Eve special and we may do a charity one. I don't know that I'm a big enough draw to make money for charities, but we might try it. If we can find 2 or 3 homeless charities and split the proceeds. I'd rather not raise money for one charity because you're never 100% sure the money's going where you think it should go. How much of it's going into administration and whatever. Maybe you've got a charity that's a total scam and you don't want to lose hundreds, perhaps, into one scam charity. So if you can split it between 3 or 4 charities, yeah, you know, maybe you're just covering your bases a little bit. 3 hours 43. That makes it 1:43. Yeah. No. 2. Oh, I was really late starting, wasn't I? Fuck yeah. Okay, for anyone who's here now, stream was supposed to start at 10. I go and fall asleep somewhere around 8:30. And when I wake up, I got no idea where I am, why I am, when I am. And you alright, boo? I got no clue the who, how, what, when, where. And then Karen calls me, my friend Karen, and she's like, "Are you there?" Yeah, I've been awake for about 5 minutes. I'm just trying to get... I had to go and bring the EcoFlow across and plug wires in and do... I had to get ready. I had to go and get a pee. I had to empty the piss pot. There was just stuff to be done. And I'd fallen asleep at the wrong time and fucked it. Second time today I fell asleep at the wrong time and messed up. If you've been following the story of me and Christmas dinner, I haven't cooked my Christmas dinner yet. And today I went and swapped my gas bottles. Today was a chance to cook my Christmas dinner. Now I had a Christmas dinner. I had one brought to me by my friend Anthony on Christmas Day during the 22 hours of non-stop rain. But I've got all the stuff here for Christmas dinner. I'm supposed to cook a Christmas dinner, and I can probably cook 2 or 3 days worth of Christmas dinner, maybe 4. And so today would have been an option. And we got to 11 o'clock. I did all the things all morning. I did the things I needed to do. When we got to 10, and I lay down and I thought, I'll just pull the cup. And the next thing I knew, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And my idea of cooking a Christmas dinner had kind of passed. I might need 2.5 or 3 hours to cook everything up because I've only got a single stove, a single gas ring. It's going to take a bit of organising, a bit of doing. I'm planning on cooking multiple days worth, but with Tupperware. Boiled potatoes, then put them in a frying pan in hot oil with another frying pan over the top. Really? Was it you? Tina. Hey folks. I don't think I've introduced anybody to Tina yet today. I don't think we did it at the start. Let me just break off there, talking about making Christmas dinner. When I come back, remind me we were talking about making Christmas dinner. Where are we here? EcoFlow is down to 88, which is pretty good really, yeah? If that's your low point. Hold on, folks. Hold on. Can you see it? Can you see? Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Hey. It's a Tina girl. There's a Tina girl just here, look. Oh. The last I knew, she was totally under the covers. But now she's sticking her head out of the side. Hey, babe. Hello, you. Hello, you. Yeah. Hello. I got a girl called Tina. I got a girl called Tina. Have you seen her? Have you seen her? The girl called Tina. Tina. Oh, I got disconnected and now I'm live again. I'm still just playing with Doggo. Doggy, dog. Hello, baby. You're asleep, aren't you? You're asleep but loving your cuddles. Okay, folks. I'll leave it. Oh, whoops. I bent her ear inside out. Hey, babe. Hey, babe. Daddy loves his Tina girl. Daddy loves his girl, and you know it. You don't want to show it, but you really, really know it. Okay, folks. I'm not just going to pimp my girl out for the benefit of the channel. But I know some of you guys out there do love to see Tina girl, so I do oblige once or twice each stream. I think that's the first time this stream, coming up almost on 4 hours. That's the first time I've pimped her out, so apologies to anyone who objects to the process of exploiting animals online. Twas just a quick cuddle while she snuzzled. Okay, folks, the 11 of you here, we're on 23 thumbs up. I'd like to get to 25 if we could. 30 would be even better, but you know, if you haven't hit the thumbs up already. So the plans here on out are I'm going to cook my Christmas dinner tomorrow. And probably the next day and maybe the day after that. So what's tomorrow's Monday? Oh, Monday is forecast to be all rain again. I just don't know whether to believe the forecast. I'm kind of going to ignore it. My aim is to cook Christmas dinner tomorrow. I'm going to cook enough to have at least 2 servings. But I've got enough food to have 4 servings of everything everywhere all the time. So the next few days is going to be Christmas heavy. Now that I'm happy that I've got a gas cylinder that's not going to run out. Hey Tina, you're awake now, are you? Hey babe, I was just cuddling you while you were asleep and now you're awake. I'm sorry. Did I wake you? Is it my fault? I hope not. I hope not. Oh, it's a nice cuddle. Oh, sometimes you're too lovely. You can't see any of this, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Where was I? I got 4 days worth of Christmas dinner. I'm going to cook some, put it in Tupperware. That's the word, isn't it? Plastic boxes. I'm going to have to use Tupperware while I cook it, in fairness. I've got to do everything in stages because I've only got 1 gas ring. So what did I decide stage 1 was? I had the logistics all worked out a few days ago. It was going to be, I think it was going to be the veg first, yeah? Carrots and parsnips. I'm going to get those underway and then sprouts. Probably all in the same water, but brought out separately. And then the parsnips and carrots will go in the frying pan, so boiled or parboiled. Then put in a frying pan. They're going to be chopped, but put in a frying pan with some oil to kind of roast. 1 frying pan on the heat, 1 frying pan overturned over the top. Hopefully they kind of pseudo roast inside into the Tupperware. Let the sprouts boil a bit longer, cook a bit longer. They need a bit more than the other things, I think. And then similarly chop them in half if I haven't chopped them already. Chop them in half and roast those into Tupperware. Potatoes, they're the biggie. Now I'm going to do a big pan of potatoes, and I think half will go for mash and half will go for roasties. But again, that's levels of preparation. And then I've got my turkey chuletas, my turkey cutlets, I guess is the word. They're either cutlets or chops. I don't know. Just don't fucking ask me. And I've got gravy to do, and finally will be the Yorkshire pudding. I will try and make a batter, let it settle at some point, and then fry it in a frying pan like a Dutch baby, which is a kind of a pseudo Yorkshire pudding thing, but made in a frying pan. So I'm going to try for that, and I hope towards the end of cooking that, then I can put everything else back in the pan to heat up. I don't know whether I can get away with heating everything up in the pan, or whether I have to take the Yorkshire pudding out, or maybe even use a different frying pan. Have the Yorkshire pudding warm in 1 pan, reheat everything else in a separate pan. And maybe at the end, heat it all up in a separate frying pan, and then overturn the Yorkshire pudding over the top. This might work. I'm just thinking of this now. Imagine you've got a pan full of food that you're reheating, and you've got something you've only just cooked just a few minutes earlier. Put that over the top, and then at the end, put the plate on upside down and just do a reversal. Just upturn it to dump all of the food into the hot Yorkshire, into the recently rewarmed Yorkshire pudding. That'll work. I've got a bit of apple sauce. I don't have cranberry sauce. I've got apple sauce. I could make a gravy. I've got sausage meat. I've got chorizo. I've got bread. I've got onion. I could make a stuffing. I don't know if I could be bothered at this stage of the game. That might come down to how I feel in the morning, how things go. But if I'm going to spend 2 or 3 hours cooking all that, I want more than 1 day's worth. I think I want to cook 3 days worth of food. I think. Some things will need a bit of extra. You need a Yorkshire pudding each day. I don't know. I don't know, folks. What do you think? What would you do if you were me? This goes out to the lurkers. There's nobody talked to me since Mark. Mark is a womble. Mark is a womble. I'll post a link to his channel after we're finished if you don't know how to do it. But you see the name there, guys, the at Marquis a Womble. If you do youtube.com/ and then put that at Marquis a Womble, that'll be his channel. That'll take you right there. That'll take you right there. But for those of you that would rather someone else did the work for you and just click, I'll put a link. I'll also link to the guy I was talking about before, Mr. Egg Thailand. I'll put a link out there. I know that a go-go bar is not going to be for everybody. It's halfway to being a brothel. Maybe. I don't watch it for that. I just watch it for this bloke's experience of life. He's British. He's living in another country. It's the differences. It's the things. It's the organising life. It's the keeping going. It's all of that. I ran, as a lot of you will know, I ran a business. I employed 8 or 9 people at one time, depending on how you count part-timers and things. I understand whether you're in Britain, whether you're in another country, wherever you are in the world. I understand the pressures of running a company, paying people, hoping that they provide enough of an income to keep you going. I made more money. Right? Okay. Let me just. I've got a sneeze building. Let me get this out of the way. Oh. Is there another? I think there's another. Okay. Oh, yeah. What was I saying? I made the mistake of making more money before I employed people than I did after. The people I added to the business added to the turnover and the revenue, but not enough that I could take extra. Me personally, I was never more profitable than it was just me with my wife doing the doing and my wife doing the books. That was me at my most profitable. So basically, I ran a business employing other people, basically as a charity to the other people. But of course, they would never see it that way. But yeah, my personal revenue was at its greatest just before I expanded and became a limited company. Looking back, if I could have stayed at that point and just increased my prices, maybe, I would probably have been better off than all the other hassle that I had. Yeah. I've mentioned before, one of my first employees is now dead, killed himself. Now I was giving him a last chance go. and it didn't work out, and I had to sack him, which may well contributed to his final decisions. But I had to do what I had to do. When I took him on, I said, look, you've got 30 days and you've got to be able to do this. You've got to be able to download this set of files, unpack them, upload them to a server, install them, set it up, put in the client's details and set up the website and that, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You got to be able to do that within the next 30 days, 60. I think it's 60 days. We got to day 60, and I said, right, I'm sick of having to dig in and help with. Where are you with this list? Can you do everything on the list? Oh, maybe you can help me learn that next week. And I'm like, I explicitly said you had this amount of time to learn to do this many jobs. What do you mean? Maybe I can start to teach you it. The fuck? No. And I gave him another week. I said, right, look, maybe there's been some kind of fucking misunderstanding, but here's the jobs. I expect you to have to do this, that, and that. I'm here for you for the next week. Anything you don't know, stop me. Whenever you need to, ask me. Tell me. I don't know how to do this, but if you show me, I'll learn it. Tell me. Grab me. I'm here for you. I will teach you. I've shown you this half a dozen times, but if you need a final going through, you want to make your own notes, you want to, right, we'll do this. And he didn't. The next weekend, he was off to some religious retreat. He was going to chop trees down and build dry stone walls. I'm like, but what about your job? Have you learned your job? Can you do all these? Oh, no, I didn't get there yet. You can show me next week. I said, I can't. You won't be here. You've got till that time to learn it. No. Okay, I'll give you. We got another week. No. I'm going on a religious retreat and chopping trees and building. No, you should be learning how to build a fucking website, you cunt. That's your job. Fired him. One of the most difficult and heart-wrenching moments in my life. Tore me apart for days. What else can you do? You've told someone you've got until this date to get this shit learnt. It was straight for what we were doing. It was straightforward. Download some files from the internet, unpack them, upload them to a web space you've been given the access credentials for, and then load it in a web browser and enter some details. You got a month to learn it. I'm a resource. I'm here for you. Have you learnt it? No. I should sack you. If you don't learn it in the next week, you're sacked. Oh, okay, I will learn it. Okay, I'm here for you. I'm a resource. Ask me what you need to know. Anything you can't do, ask me. Have you learnt it? Oh, no, but I'll get it next week. You can tell me next week. No, mate. No. A week ago, 2 weeks ago, you went to learn this. Now you've had more time to learn it and you've still not learned it, and you're saying that you want me to teach you it next week. Get the fuck! What am I paying you for? So you got sacked, and a few years later, He topped himself. And sometimes you can't help thinking that you're part of that chain of events that led there. But in other ways, you were as fucking lenient as you could be all the way through the process. What did you expect? Would another employer have done it any different? Yeah, they would have sacked him sooner. I liked the bloke. Enjoyed his company. He just didn't meet the fucking standard when it came to employment. I'm not a charity. I was far too much of a charity. As we've already mentioned, I earned more money on my own as a sole trader than I did as a limited company with 8 employees. I did it wrong. By the time I had 8 employees, I should have been able to sit back, fucking kick back, retire, and have them feed me. I should have been earning more than ever with 8 employees. But I wasn't. I wasn't. You ain't cooking tomorrow's. It's a washout there. Yeah, the weather forecast says that, but it said today was even more of a washout than tomorrow. And today was sunny all day. Pretty much all day. So I'm not sure I believe the weather forecast. It's difficult. So the Christmas Day weather forecast said 20%, each hour was like 15, 20, 25, maybe 30% chance of rain each hour. And it said that in total there would be 10 millimeters of rain, so 1 centimeter. What we actually got was 22 hours of solid fuck off rain, mainly quite heavy, but sometimes not as heavy. And my pots and pans and bowls outside that were empty and that are now all 3/4 full. Most of them are totally full, but the big bowl that's this fucking deep, this deep, that suggests that we got 7 or 8 inches of rain in the one day. 8 inches times 25 millimeters. What's that? Is that 200 mil? What's 8 inches? 8 times 25. 4 25s is 100. Yeah, 8 25s would be 200. 200 mil, 20 centimeters of rain. Weather forecast was for 1 centimeter all day. We got a lot more. Lot more. So what do you think of weather forecasts? Do you ignore them and think they're going to be under, or are they going to be over? It's my intention is to cook a Christmas dinner tomorrow. Whether I get part way through it and I have to store everything in Tupperware and put it in the fridge for another day, I'm prepared for that eventuality. I am aware of that eventuality, but it's not my aim. Now, folks, we're on about 8, 9, we're 9 minutes past the hour. Maybe on 10 minutes past we end this, I think. I like the fact that there's more of you here now watching, but chat has kind of dried up and there's only 1 person or 2 people talking in chat. It's been very quiet since Marky's a womble. You know Mark, he's a womble. Remember, he's a womble. remember, he's a womble. So yeah, no, we did. The number of people present here fell down to about 5 or 6, and I was going to call it quits. It's now back up to 12. Makes me want to carry on, and I would, and I will. But you got to be here in chat. I need something to spark off. I am not an infinite talking monkey. I probably can be, but I need a spark. You need to give me something to go at. If not, then I go. Your choice. The next minute or two dictates whether we carry on to 5 hours or not. I have got a couple of science topics stored away. I don't even know. Where's my tablet? Is my tablet here or is it back over there? It's not obviously here. It's not here in an obvious manner. Maybe it's the other side of the room. And then maybe after 4 hours, maybe I need a pee anyway. I don't know. I'm thinking if I got up that way and went to the other side of the tent to look for the tablet, I might as well have a pee while I'm there. But I don't know whether that's after we end the stream or whether we can't carry on. None of you, 10 of you at the minute. It was 12. I've lost a few already. What do you think, guys? Are we carrying on? You need to step up and chat. If I get no chat input in the next minute, let's think. We're coming up on 4:12, 4 hours 12 minutes. If by 4:13, this sounds like I'm trying to extort you or something. I need questions, topics, something to talk about. If not, and if I don't think of anything in the interim, and I don't see why I would, then we're done. Enjoyed hearing the monkey talk late there, drifting away. Late here, drifting away. Yeah, I'm a white monkey. What, a vanilla gorilla? These are the opposite terms to like the N-word and stuff that I said before. Vanilla gorilla, a custard. How does that one go? There's a something custard or a custard something. I don't know. I'm not big on the race issue. I just touch upon it tangentially sometimes. But Tom Tombstone is here. I like Tom. I won't say that. I was about to say your real name, but I won't do that. It was just a thought flashed across my head. Don't do that. So anyway, folks. Okay, so the next few days I'm going to be cooking Christmas dinners. I bought 3 frozen pizzas a few days ago. Christmas Eve, I think it was. No, it wasn't. It was a few days before that. I've got one of those waiting to be finished off. I'm cooking them just in a frying pan, which works great. Frying pan with a plate over the top. Keep the heat in. It gets the heat above and below. Cooks lovely. Really just... There's a little bit of black smoke comes out. It gets a little bit singed on the bottom, but not too much so. So I got that to get out of the way. I got Christmas dinners waiting to be eaten. I've got extra veg. I've got 2 heads of broccoli need using that have got nothing to do with Christmas really. But I'll probably have them in there in the mix. What else have I've got? I'm about to finish a bottle of brandy. Which one's a brandy? I think you're the brandy. Oh yeah, it is. When I say I'm about to finish it, I am literally. I'm going to finish the brandy, but then I can start on the whiskey. These little gifts that we have, right? But it's got to be done. I have to finish these things. It's part of the job. It's a job description when you're a tramp. I do have some beer. Oh, I didn't touch the 3 cans under the light, did I? Where are we? 4 hours, 15 minutes in, and I'm 1.5 cans in. Is that right? I don't know if I'm 1.5 in or 2.5. If it's 2.5, I don't remember the first can. I don't know whether that's good or bad. Talk to me, Goose. Is there anybody out there? We made it to 4 hours at least, and we made it way past. We're 16 minutes past the 4-hour mark. I'm going to draw a line under it here, folks. I'm not even going to hang on for 4 hours 30. Nobody's talking to me, so I'm out. Can I finish in the manner to which you've become accustomed? I think so. Her ladyship may object. Oh, here's my tablet. Look, it is here with me. I was wondering whether it was the other side of the room or not, but it's not. It's here with me. Somebody just said something and I can't see it. I wasn't there soon enough. Skål and good night. God Nacht or something would be close to your vernacular. No, that won't work. You can't expand and see I can't turn the flash on when I'm not on the other camera. This camera. And then flash. And then doggy. Hello, babe. Hey. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. It's a Tina girl. You're too asleep to join us. The last time I was here and I turned the camera off, then you got up. No, guys, she's fast asleep and doesn't want to know you. That's okay, babe. That's okay. Hey, Daddy loves his girl. I'll come back for kisses in a minute, okay? Back for kisses soon. Okay, folks. From Tina. Oh, where are we? And from me, Delta Mike. Thank you for joining me tonight. Out.